Chapter 1490. Genius in 1 second. Remember Love Go? TalkNet, providing you with exciting novels to read. Fan Yuan rested for half a cup of tea's time before opening his eyes. His stamina had recovered and his eyes were no longer as dizzy as before. His mind was clear and his condition was much better. Sixth Hare saw that Fan Yuan was here to replace him, and heaved a sigh of relief. The exchange was perfect. They had practiced this step many times before. At this moment, Fan Yuan's strength path immortal zombie body seemed to have completely turned into a human-shaped golden firmament divine wood. Fan Yuan started the next step. The refinement path immortal array opened another door and a giant sea urchin flew out. This sea urchin was as big as a house and its surface was filled with spikes as if it was made of purple gold. On its body surface, there were billions of bright spots that were flickering. This was the purple myrtle star urchin, a rather rare immortal material. Under the operation of the immortal array, the purple myrtle star urchin was shrinking at a visible rate. Everything was progressing smoothly. But suddenly, from the purple myrtle star urchin, a dazzling starlight burst out. The starlight bounced around like a bullet, constantly shooting out. The refinement path immortal array shook intensely. Fan Yuan had a grim expression as he tried his best to stabilize the situation. However, his efforts were minimal. The number of starlight pellets had already increased from 1 to 3. As the number increased, the refinement path immortal array shook even more intensely. It was even giving off creaking sounds. "Oh no!" Sixth Hare knew that things were not going well. He hurriedly shouted, "Dark thought, scarlet snake flower blooms!" A thought appeared in Sixth Hare's mind. On his skin, scarlet snake tattoos started to rise. Originally, the scarlet snake tattoo was only on his chest, but now, it rose and coiled around his neck. At the same time, Sixth Hare's strength surged and his eyes continued to shoot out bright light. Even Fan Yuan looked at him in shock. Sixth Hare directly charged over and helped Fan Yuan to control the refinement path immortal array. Under his help, the starlight bullets were destroyed one after another. "The danger is over." After a long time, Sixth Hare let out a breath of turbid air. His entire being became dispirited. "Love go little Senetku. Sect Master, we can only rely on you now." After saying that, he fainted on the spot. Fan Yuan was silent. His gaze paused on the scarlet snake tattoo on Sixth Hare's neck for a moment before focusing on the goo formation in front of him. Because of Sixth Hare's desperate rescue, the crisis of the goo refinement was resolved, and Fan Yuan could proceed to the next step. The immortal formation opened the third door and an immortal material flew out. This was a stone mountain, but the stone mountain was naturally carved with all kinds of faces. There were men and women, old and young, and they all had different expressions on their faces. Some were crying, some were roaring, some were serious, and some were smiling. Thousand-faced human stone. This was the most crucial step. Fan Yuan was fully immersed in the goo refinement. The thousand-faced man rock was affected by the goo refinement immortal formation and quickly turned into nothingness. But the illusory figures formed by human faces flew out and entered Fan Yuan's immortal zombie body aperture. Fan Yuan's aperture was originally full of cracks, but right now, its appearance had changed greatly. The cracks on the aperture walls were filled up, and a thick layer of purple gold rock skin was formed. There were countless shining stars on the rock skin, and there were also sharp spikes protruding out, looking very similar to the purple star urchin from before. The human faces flew around in the aperture, and under Fan Yuan's control, they pounced towards the spring-autumn cicada at the center. Spring-autumn cicada had already been sealed by Fan Yuan, and was motionless. A human face shadow flew past, passing through spring-autumn cicada and flying out again. Spring-autumn cicada shook lightly, and was as stable as before. The human face shadow flew for some distance, and during this process, it gradually melted like snow under the sun. Eventually, it turned into nothingness, and only a small thread-like object was left. This thread-like object contained the will of the heavens. Every time the human face shadow flew past, it was a short process of refining spring-autumn cicada. When the human face shadow flew away, it would also take away a small portion of providence from spring-autumn cicada. The human phase shadows passed through spring-autumn cicada, and brought out the sealed providence. These providence threads were quickly extracted by Fan Yuan, and were dispelled in the refinement path immortal array. This process lasted for a while, and the human phase shadows could no longer be brought out of providence. Providence is much more stubborn than I expected. Fan Yuan sighed. This time, he directly controlled several human phase shadows to pounce at spring-autumn cicada. The human phase shadows heavily covered spring-autumn cicada, and then gritted their teeth, pulling out threads from spring-autumn cicada's body. The heaven's wool was sealed into the state of a thread and was being pulled out intermittently. Spring-autumn cicada continued to tremble, but it was very safe, and no cracks appeared. The refinement path immortal array that Fan Yuan painstakingly deduced was very effective against spring-autumn cicada. After repeating this tens of times, no matter how many human phase shadows Fan Yuan controlled, he could not pull out any threads from spring-autumn cicada. But Fan Yuan could sense that in the deepest part of spring-autumn cicada, there was still a tiny bit of providence left. This bit of providence was very small, but Fan Yuan did not dare to leave it here. Providence is indeed troublesome, I still have to take this step. Fan Yuan sighed, and suddenly activated the refinement path immortal array to its maximum power. On the aperture shaped like a crepe myrtle star urchin, countless spikes grew rapidly, and stabbed towards spring-autumn cicada from all directions. There were hundreds of slender spikes, and they directly stabbed into spring-autumn cicada. Spring-autumn cicada was not destroyed, and instead melted into jade-green liquid droplets. The spikes seemed to have a habit, and these liquid droplets were absorbed by the slender spikes. In the end, only that bit of providence was left in spring-autumn cicada's original position. Fan Yuan quickly eliminated it. Next, the jade-green liquid droplets were squeezed out by the slender spikes again, and condensed into a ball at the center. Fan Yuan stared angrily, and felt that it was very strenuous, and he could barely maintain the situation. The refinement path immortal array was operating to its limit, and a large amount of red date immortal essence was completely expended at this moment. The jade-green liquid droplets gradually formed, and finally returned to spring-autumn cicada. It was safe and sound, the only difference was that after the decomposition and condensation, there was no longer any providence in its body. Originally, Shadow Sect's method was to first advance the spring-autumn cicada, then reverse refine it, and eliminate providence. But after Fan Yuan's modification, it was directly changed to the parallel refinement method. The success rate of parallel refinement was much higher than the advanced refinement. But even so, the process was filled with difficulties, and there were even twists and turns. Fortunately, Sixth Hair acted in time, and helped Fan Yuan tide over the difficulties. Looking at the spring-autumn cicada quietly floating in his aperture, Fan Yuan was filled with gratification. At this point, the rank 6 spring-autumn cicada was successfully refined, and Fan Yuan had truly grasped this legendary immortal goo. Crack, crack. The aperture was filled with such noises. Cracks did not appear on spring-autumn cicada's body, but the purple-gold rock skin and spikes were rapidly spreading. Fan Yuan watched quietly. He could not stop this, and he did not want to stop it. The rock skin and spikes shattered, and at the same time, the aperture itself also shattered. Fan Yuan's aperture could be said to have gone through many trials and tribulations. It had to bear the pressure of spring-autumn cicada, and was even turned into a stone aperture and dead aperture by Fan Yuan. At this moment, it finally reached its limit, and completely collapsed. This was the consequence of spring-autumn cicada's parallel refinement. It could not be exempted, and Fan Yuan did not want to be exempted either. Let's undergo the tribulation like this. Fan Yuan laughed heartily, and from the side of the immortal formation, a lump of soul suddenly flew out. The soul was extremely fast. It quickly entered Fan Yuan's immortal zombie body. The immortal zombie body opened its eyes, and nodded at Fan Yuan. What occupied the body was also Fan Yuan's soul. He used the split soul method, and successfully split the soul, forming the first split soul. Fan Yuan smiled, and immediately used the immortal killer move strength reversing life and death on the immortal zombie body. This was a method he had created a long time ago. It was an imitation of Blazing Heaven Demoness killer move Nirvana Fire, and could allow immortal zombies to return to human form. At this moment, the strength reversing life and death that Fan Yuan used had been modified. It was even more outstanding, and not weaker than Nirvana Fire. The immortal zombie body quickly returned to normal, and 2 lifespan goo were thrown out by Fan Yuan. The immortal zombie body stretched out its hand, and accurately grabbed the lifespan goo, directly using it. Fan Yuan's body was at the final juncture of Imperial Court Blessed Land. Because it was bathed in the light of wisdom, its lifespan was almost depleted. Now that it replenished the lifespan goo, its lifespan was immediately replenished. It was not afraid of dying of old age after returning to human form. The aperture shattered, the sovereign immortal aperture immediately surged, heaven and earth chi were connected. But Fan Yuan did not want his clone to undergo tribulation in the sovereign immortal aperture, thus he opened the immortal aperture's entrance. The clone immediately flew out, and welcomed the calamity and tribulation. Next, Fan Yuan's main body stored the sovereign immortal aperture, and came to the outside world. This was a nameless desolate land in northern plains. After Fan Yuan's secret inspection, there were few people here, and it was quite safe. Immortal ascension calamities and tribulations were very terrifying to most schoolmasters. Saying that they had a slim chance of survival was already an exaggeration. But to Fan Yuan, it was a piece of cake. Be it the coordination of heaven, earth, and human chi, or resisting calamities and tribulations, Fan Yuan was very familiar with them. Heaven, however, was extremely furious. Fan Yuan actually controlled spring-autumn cicada. This was simply touching Providence's reverse scale. It sent down the highest limit of calamities and tribulations. However, it was useless. Fan Yuan easily dispersed the calamities and tribulations, and protected his clone's tribulation, advancing to immortal once again. Last time, it was strength path, this time, it was time path. His first aperture became a high-grade time path blessed land. Fan Yuan named it Spring-Autumn Blessed Land. It did not have many space path resources, but it was very rich in time path resources. Originally, there were dark clouds above, but now, the sky was clear, and sunlight shone down. Fan Yuan and his clone floated in the sky. Looking at the boundless grassland, they were silent. The 500 years of bitterness and hardship in his previous life, the involuntary arrangements of Providence after rebirth, the desperate resistance in the face of despair, the exhaustion of saving Dang Hun Mountain, feeding immortal goo, managing the immortal aperture, and deducing killer moves, all of these turned into smiles, appearing on Fan Yuan's and his clone's lips. The past was like smoke, all of the hardships were just this smile. Chapter 1491. The clone passed the tribulation and became a time path rank 6 goo immortal. Meanwhile, Fan Yuan's main body was still a rank 7 goo immortal. He had 27 immortal bodies and cultivated all paths. Having a clone was very beneficial to Fan Yuan. Many things, especially the management of the immortal aperture, could be left to the clone to handle. This was something that Fan Yuan had absolute trust in. It was far more effective than any Shadow Sect member. Especially when both sides were one, their thoughts and wills were completely the same, there were no conflicts in communication, there were even very few errors. Looking at the strength of Shadow Sect, one could see the power of a split soul. Shadow Sect had many members, but they were all united. They did not care about individual sacrifices, because they were one body, they were all one person. In order for the clone to become a rank 6 goo immortal, Fan Yuan had paid a huge price. First, he had to deduce the method. He spent a lot of time and energy. Then he refined spring-autumn cicada and used up a batch of immortal materials. After creating the clone also needed to cultivate. Even though it was not the main point, he still needed to invest in it. Because of the split soul, Fan Yuan's main body's soul fell from 10 million man soul to 9 million man soul. It was a huge decrease. Fan Yuan had to continue accumulating his soul foundation. Fortunately, he had 2 sacred lands. He made rapid progress in this aspect. it did not hinder Fan Yuan's development. And this clone of Fan Yuan, because it had Fan Yuan's split soul, could be considered as half an otherworldly demon. The physical body came from this world, it was bound by fate. Fan Yuan could not do anything about this. Unless he could imitate Shadow Sect and refine another sovereign immortal fetus goo for his clone to use. Shadow Sect had accumulated for 100,000 years to refine one sovereign immortal fetus goo. It was basically impossible to refine a second one. In the following days, Fan Yuan's main body rested as usual. His clone was inside the self-cleansing immortal goo formation, getting rid of the strength path down marks on his body. Fan Yuan had originally ascended to a strength path goo immortal from his second aperture. After turning into an immortal zombie, his immortal aperture crumbled and the strength path down marks were left on his body. Fan Yuan decided to use self-cleansing to help the clone get rid of unnecessary strength path down marks. The clone's immortal body was not special, the down marks on it interfered with each other. After careful consideration, Fan Yuan decided to let the clone cultivate time path. Previously, Fan Yuan considered cultivating both strength path and time path because he did not have the sovereign immortal body. Now that he had the sovereign immortal body and immortal aperture, his future cultivation focus would be on them. The clone was just a supplement. Therefore, the plan to refine a second aperture for the clone was cancelled. An extra aperture would be an immortal aperture when he ascended to become an immortal. Since Fan Yuan chose to cultivate time path, this immortal aperture naturally had to cultivate time path as well, but what was the use of that? To Fan Yuan, an additional superior or special grade blessed land was useless. Because instead of developing this blessed land, he might as well put all his effort into the sovereign immortal aperture. Meanwhile, Fan Yuan's sovereign immortal aperture was only 4% developed, it was vast and had little resources, it needed to be managed. Or maybe the biggest use of having an extra immortal aperture is to have a quota for a vital goo, Fan Yuan thought. The greatest benefit of a vital goo was that even if the refinement failed, the vital goo would not be destroyed. Vital, the life of a goo worm was connected to the goo immortal. Of course, if the refinement failed and the goo immortal died, the vital goo would also be destroyed. Currently, Fan Yuan's need for vital goo was very small. He had many immortal goo, the most important was Spring-Autumn Cicada, which was already his vital goo. Other than helping Fan Yuan handle some miscellaneous matters, the clone was also to ensure that Spring-Autumn Cicada would not be destroyed in the future goo refinement process. "You're awake?" Fan Yuan looked at Sixth Hair, who was lying on the bed. Sixth Hair slowly opened his eyes, still feeling weak. After seeing Fan Yuan, the first thing he asked was, "Sect leader, did the goo refinement succeed?" "Yes." Fan Yuan nodded. "That's great." Sixth Hair smiled, saying in relief, "This way, the second phase of the goo refinement plan has succeeded." In the first phase of the goo refinement, Fan Yuan refined cleansed soul, self-love, and snack. In the second phase, Fan Yuan refined Spring-Autumn Cicada and Heavenly Secret goo. In order to refine goo, Fan Yuan paid a huge price. All in all, his luck was quite good. Some goo immortals did not even succeed once after 810 attempts. Among them, Fan Yuan had the Luck Path True Inheritance and Luck Path Immortal goo, they helped him a lot. On the other hand, Langya Sect played an important role. If not for the help of Land Spirit of Langya and Sixth Hair, how could Fan Yuan's goo refinement plan achieve such great results? "What's with the scarlet snake tattoo on your body?" Fan Yuan's gaze was deep and eerie. "This is nothing." Sixth Hair's gaze flickered. "While you were unconscious, I had already probed. This refinement path killer move seems to directly reduce your lifespan to raise your refinement path strength. If I am not wrong, when these scarlet snake tattoos cover your head, you will die," Fan Yuan said directly. Sixth Hair was silent for a while. "Sect leader is right. My life is not to be regretted. I only hope that sect leader can attack the Celestial Court and save my main body." "Celestial Court." Fan Yuan raised his head, sighing as he looked at the sky. Sixth Hair quickly said, "Sect leader, don't be discouraged. It is true that the enemy is strong, but now that you have Spring-Autumn Cicada, it is only a matter of time before you inherit Red Lotus True Inheritance. Red Lotus Demon Venerable's True Inheritance is likely to contain a method to win against the Celestial Court. After all, back then, Red Lotus Demon Venerable was an immortal venerable seed chosen by the Celestial Court. Fan Yuan nodded. He knew everything that Sixth Hair knew. Right now, it was very difficult for him to stop the Celestial Court from repairing Fate Gu within 10 years. But if he relied on Red Lotus True Inheritance, there might be a trace of hope. Since Spring-Autumn Cicada was already completely under Fan Yuan's control, finding Red Lotus True Inheritance seemed to be the next step of his plan. But Fan Yuan shook his head. I am not in a hurry to find Red Lotus True Inheritance. My strength can still continue to rise rapidly. The Celestial Court will not let me receive Red Lotus True Inheritance. They must have already made arrangements in the River of Time. Even though the Celestial Court could not find Fan Yuan, they knew that he would definitely enter the River of Time to obtain Red Lotus True Inheritance. Fan Yuan did not need to think to know that the Celestial Court would definitely set up an ambush in the River of Time. Finding Red Lotus True Inheritance was a must, but the prerequisite was not only to gain full control of Spring-Autumn Cicada, but also to have enough battle strength to allow Fan Yuan to break through the Celestial Court's ambush. In this aspect, Fan Yuan still needed to work hard. Tell me the contents of this refinement path killer move that you created. I will deduce for you and get rid of the repercussions of this killer move. Don't sacrifice yourself so easily, Sixth Hair. Whether I can control Langya sect in the future will depend on you. Sixth Hair's heart palpitated. He felt that it was true. He was helpless against his injuries, but that did not mean Fan Yuan could not. Especially when the light of wisdom could be used. The parallel refinement of Spring-Autumn Cicada and the clone's tribulation were naturally done in the wilderness. After keeping the clone in the sovereign immortal aperture, Fan Yuan and Sixth Hair returned to Langya Blessed Land through the teleportation Gu formation. After entering Langya Blessed Land, they were under the constant surveillance of the land spirit of Langya. Sixth Hair and Fan Yuan could not talk. They bade farewell to each other as Langya sect's supreme elders. Fan Yuan did not return to his cloud city to rest. He went to Wisdom Gu directly. He opened his immortal aperture's entrance, and his clone flew out. The clone was still alive. Wisdom Gu had no reaction. But soon, as the clone activated Strength Turning Life and Death Killer move and turned back into an immortal zombie, Wisdom Gu circled around him in confusion. What is it? Fan Yuan's heart jumped. Wisdom Gu only circled around him. It did not emit the light of wisdom. Fan Yuan's clone spoke. Oh, Wisdom Gu, I am the person who made the agreement with you. Have you forgotten our agreement? Wisdom Gu floated in front of Fan Yuan's clone. It seemed to be assessing him. It also seemed to be hesitating. After a long while, it lay on the leaf again, emitting the light of wisdom. Fan Yuan let out a sigh of relief. It was truly dangerous. Wisdom Gu almost refused to acknowledge Fan Yuan's identity. I became a time path Gu immortal, my cultivation level rose, my strength path down marks were also removed, I also have a split soul. These might have caused Wisdom Gu to hesitate. Regardless of the reason, I need to be careful in the future. Even if my clone's cultivation level stagnates, I need to maintain it. I cannot give up on the light of wisdom. Fan Yuan was a little depressed. The Wisdom Gu in the legends of Ren Zhu was very intelligent. It had even successfully harmed Ren Zhu. Why was it so simple and stupid in his hands? It did not have the elegance of Wisdom Gu at all. Chapter 1492. Sixth Hair's problem was much more difficult than Fan Yuan had imagined. The 20-path refinement killer move he created was called Refinement Snake Lifespan Flower. Not only did it contain refinement path profundity, it also involved the karma of rule path. Sixth Hair was able to create this move because he had obtained inspiration from an incomplete Gu refinement move in Langya sect's treasury. Fan Yuan deduced for a while and found Refinement Snake Lifespan Flower was not so easy to break. If he was not careful, Sixth Hair might die on the spot. Thus, Fan Yuan had to change his strategy and plan slowly. If my refinement path attainment level is higher, The time needed to deduce refinement snake lifespan flower will be much shorter. Fan Yuan would not focus all his energy and time on it like when he deduced heavens will dissipation refinement path immortal formation. Hence, Sixth Hair's prediction would undoubtedly take a long time to see results. However, Sixth Hair was not in a hurry. As long as he did not use this killer move, he would be able to maintain it and would not die. While deducing, Fan Yuan continued his soul path cultivation. Danghun Mountain and Luopa Valley were worthy of being soul cultivation sacred lands. Fan Yuan's main body's soul foundation rose rapidly again. But his clone did not cultivate in this aspect. The reason was because of conflicting Dao marks. Danghun Mountain and Luopa Valley were filled with soul path Dao marks, be it Guts Gu or Luopa Wind, they were adding soul path Dao marks to Fan Yuan's soul in essence. Fan Yuan had already set a limit on the amount of souls in the clone. If he increased the soul foundation any further, it would interfere with his time path cultivation. Thus, Fan Yuan did not even let his clone use Ghost Official Garment. As for how to defend against Providence, Fan Yuan had a corresponding time path method, but the effect was inferior to Ghost Official Garment. But time path methods were the same as his clone's main cultivation direction, thus the advantages outweighed the disadvantages. And because Fan Yuan's main body's Dao marks did not conflict, he could cultivate all kinds of paths. But even so, he had to pay attention to killer moves of different paths. For example, the effects of the Ghost Official Garment had been greatly affected by ghostly concealment. Other than deducing the problem of Sixth Hair and the time path killer move to defend against Providence, Fan Yuan also had to modify luck path killer moves. Wisdom path, sword path, and soul path killer moves had already been modified to the limits of his abilities. Now it was luck path's turn. Fan Yuan had many outstanding luck path inheritances, other than those miscellaneous ones. The most important was Giant Sun Immortal's self-luck true inheritance, and all living beings' luck true inheritance. Among them, Fan Yuan had obtained the complete content of the former, while the latter was incomplete. And Fan Yuan's luck path immortal Gu were luck, chi luck, luck inspection, connect luck, and time luck. They were all rank 6. This was not suitable for Fan Yuan. After all, Fan Yuan was already at rank 7. Fan Yuan would not advance the rank of the luck path immortal Gu for now. He only had one focus in Gu refinement, that was Spring Autumn Cicada. Rank 6 Spring Autumn Cicada could only revive rank 6 Gu immortals. Fan Yuan had rank 7 cultivation level now. He needed a rank 7 Spring Autumn Cicada. Or, he could use rank 6 Spring Autumn Cicada as the core to create a rank 7 immortal killer move. The advancement of Spring Autumn Cicada was still in its initial stage. Sixth Hair was in charge of organizing all the immortal Gu recipes and gathering the necessary Gu materials. Fan Yuan did not forget to practice killer moves. He had already modified soul path killer moves. He was even more proficient in them now. Fan Yuan would also take out the previous wisdom path killer moves and sword path killer moves from time to practice them. Fan Yuan was clear that only by working hard and not complaining about the hardships would he be able to use them freely in battle. If he failed to activate the killer move at the crucial moment, it would be embarrassing. Among all the killer moves he practiced, Wisdom Path killer move Exposed Heavenly Secret was the most important. This killer move used Heavenly Secret Gu as the core. It could deduce the contents of the Gu Immortal's next calamity and tribulation. Of course, it had its limits. For example, right now, Fan Yuan could not deduce what his next grand tribulation would be. He needed to wait for some time before he could deduce it. Other than Exposed Heavenly Secret, Fan Yuan's creation of Heavens Will Dissipation killer move also needed to be practiced. This killer move could be said to be Fan Yuan's greatest achievement in deducing killer moves during this period of time. Fan Yuan would not give up. Exposed Heavenly Secret allowed Fan Yuan to understand himself and the enemy. He could deduce Providence's thoughts. As for Heavens Will Dissipation, it was a more direct countermeasure. But it needed to be modified. Because it took a long time to prepare, it could only be used behind the scenes. It could not be used in battles where every second mattered. Red Date Immortal Essence was barely enough. His Immortal Yuan Stone reserves were already depleted. and shadow sect's members were developing well. Using Tai Chiu, they gradually accumulated, their losses from the southern border battle had already been replenished, they even improved. They hunted desolate beasts, ancient desolate beasts and others, but Fan Yuan only took their souls, leaving their corpses behind. These were all immortal materials, they could be sold for a good price. Fan Yuan did not touch their profits. On one hand, he did not care about these small profits, on the other hand, he wanted to maintain the order of Shadow Sect. At the crucial moment, Fan Yuan could borrow resources from them to deal with emergencies. Fan Yuan would not be careless about this. But if he made a move now, it would disrupt their development, it would be more detrimental than beneficial to the big picture. Even though he inherited the Shadow Sect inheritance, and had a deeper understanding of the Celestial Court, there were still many things that Fan Yuan did not know. Against such a huge entity, the Shadow Sect's strategy in Fan Yuan's previous life was the best example to follow. Thus, other than cultivating, Fan Yuan also started to make arrangements. He had more or less connections with the 5 regions now. In Northern Plains, even though he was wanted by the righteous path like Longevity Heaven, the Variant Human Alliance was completely integrated into them because of the engagement. Right now, Fan Yuan was very close to them. The problem now was that Fan Yuan lacked funds. A series of goo refinement, cultivation, killer moves, and so on were expending his capital rapidly. Even though he was living frugally and had red date immortal essence to replenish himself, Fan Yuan's progress was still very fast. Right now, his capital could not keep up with Fan Yuan's development needs. In this aspect, Fan Yuan's breakthrough was the dragonfish business. But not long ago, Yuchan also sold copper dragonfish. This surprised Fan Yuan. Fan Yuan soon accepted this fact. Dragonfish was different from guts goo, new products could be sold and their profundities could be unraveled before they could be nurtured. This was like how Fan Yuan modified the light shine fungi. He could modify other people's products, others could also modify his. For a business like guts goo, there was no one else but him. This was what every goo immortal desired. Thus, it was not strange for copper dragonfish to appear in other people's hands. Fan Yuan was only slightly surprised at Yuchan's speed of deciphering it. Several days passed in a flash. Immortal killer move, years like sun. The tributary of the River of Time in the sovereign immortal aperture expanded rapidly, the river water flow rose rapidly. The sovereign immortal aperture had a lot of time path resources to begin with. Now that years like sun was added on, the time flow became even faster. This way, calamities and tribulations appeared even more frequently. But Fan Yuan was not afraid. He ignored all earthly calamities and heavenly tribulations. As for grand tribulations, with heavenly secret goo and exposed heavenly secret, what did he have to fear? The increase in time path resources led to the production of all sorts of other resources. Especially dragonfish. In Dragon Scale Sea area, a large number of dragonfish swam around. Most of them were ordinary red dragonfish, about 30% were copper dragonfish. Other than that, there was also a trace of darkness. These are iron dragonfish. Fan Yuan smiled. With this formation, his dragonfish could be modified without needing to do any research. Chapter 1493. Iron dragonfish. Yuchan breathed in deeply, trying to calm herself down, but soon, she gave up. Her gaze wavered, her expression was a little dazed. Fan Yuan released the iron dragonfish into the market. It caused a commotion in jewel yellow skies. Dragonfish had a market to begin with, there was a huge demand. It was not that no goo immortals had tried to modify dragonfish, but they all failed. This was because the food path had never been spread well from start to finish. But this time, Fan Yuan actually modified the dragonfish twice in a row. Goo immortals were astute people, they immediately realized the meaning behind the dragonfish modification. It meant that Fan Yuan had deep food path attainment, or he had inherited a food path true inheritance. Others could understand this, Yuchan was no exception. This was the reason why she suffered such a huge blow, her heart was in turmoil. A small iron dragonfish wasn't much, but the meaning behind it was like a mountain weighing down on her heart, making it difficult for her to breathe. No matter what, I cannot give up like this. However, I've already exhausted all of my resources to improve the copper arowana fish. I cannot modify the iron dragonfish in a short period of time. What should I do? Yu-chan knew her limits. She knew that she could not deal with Fan Yuan with her own strength. Soon, the figure of another person appeared in her mind. Don't tell me. I have to ask her for help? Yu-chan hesitated. Her eyes were shrouded in a dark haze. Several days later, in White Crane Sea area. There was a gentle breeze here. The sea was calm like a mirror. The blue sky and white clouds were clearly reflected on the surface of the sea. Between the sky and the sea, there were countless white cranes. They were either flying or stretching their bodies gracefully, resting on small islands. It was a peaceful scene. But at the center of this sea area, the owner of this sea area opened his mouth and laughed loudly. He was very happy. Ha ha ha, Yu-chan, oh Yu-chan, you finally made up your mind. Qin Bai was in high spirits. She laughed loudly while looking at Fairy Yu-chan. Her gaze was overbearing and filled with a strong sense of invasion. Yu-chan snorted coldly and shifted her gaze away from Qin Bai, feeling rather displeased. Qin Bai was the lord of the White Crane Sea region. She was beautiful, tall and slender with an elegant neck and long legs. She was one of the 6 great beauties of Eastern Sea along with Yu-chan. However, unlike other beautiful fairies, Qin Bai did not like men. She preferred female fairies. She built a rank 6 immortal goo house in White Crane Sea area. She named it Bai Palace. She raised a large number of women inside and formed her harem. They stayed with her day and night. They were intimate with each other. Qin Bai walked forward and held Yu-chan's hands. An expression of extreme pleasure appeared on her face. So smooth, Yu-chan, do you know how long I have been lusting after you? How long have I desired you? From now on, you are the empress of my lily palace. Humph. Yu-chan wanted to pull her hand out, but Qin Bai held it tightly. Yu-chan's face was as cold as frost. She snorted coldly. Let go of me. Qin Bai obediently let go. Now that the alliance was set, she knew that Yu-chan was trapped. She could not escape from her grasp. At this moment, she was not in a hurry to force her. Qin Bai had a lot of time and energy to slowly enjoy Yu-chan. After Yu-chan pulled back her hands, she quickly took 2 steps back. Qin Bai, don't forget what you promised me. Qin Bai chuckled. Of course. The iron dragonfish is a problem that neither of us can solve in a short period of time. However, as long as the 2 of us work together, harmoniously harmonizing with each other, we will definitely be able to overcome this obstacle. That person who is making things difficult for you will not be happy for long. Yu-chan nodded. Qin Bai's words were not nonsense. Yu-chan had known her for many years. She knew a lot about her. Immediately, Yu-chan stayed in Bai Palace. The 2 worked together. They did not rest. They put all of their mental energy into the iron dragonfish. Yu-chan had to do her best. Most of her income came from the dragonfish. She could not give up on the dragonfish business. If she did, it would affect her cultivation greatly. Goo immortals needed to maintain their strength and continue to grow. If they did not grow well, they would be in danger when facing calamities and tribulations. Even if they did not die in the calamities and tribulations, as long as they were heavily injured, it would be a vicious cycle. The goo immortal would get weaker and weaker, eventually dying from the calamities and tribulations. More than 10 days later, an iron dragonfish appeared in Bai Palace. Looking at this iron dragonfish, Yu-chan almost cried tears of joy. Because this iron dragonfish was not bought from jewel yellow skies, it was purely raised by her and Qin Bai working together. This iron dragonfish meant that Yu-chan had the methods to raise large numbers of iron dragonfish. I haven't lost this business war with the dragonfish. Yu-chan tried to cheer herself up. I was not wrong about you after all. Chan-er, do you know how mesmerizing I am when you are serious? At the side, Qin Bai looked at Yu-chan with deep emotions. Yu-chan's joyful expression vanished immediately. Her expression turned cold. We cannot be careless. The other party is very mysterious. He threw out copper and iron dragonfish. His food path foundation is very deep. We have only deciphered it now. At most, we are on the same level as him. I understand what you mean, Chan-er. You are worried that the other party will take out even more outstanding dragonfish species. Qin Baihe's expression turned solemn. Their worries became reality a few days later. Silver dragonfish. Fan Yuan threw out his third attack. The silver dragonfish had denser food path down marks than the iron dragonfish. This time, the commotion in the market of jewel yellow skies was even greater. It affected a lot of people. Many Gu immortals noticed this. A large number of Gu immortals started to investigate Fan Yuan. Of course, they could not find out anything. The appearance of the silver dragonfish was a huge blow to Yuchan and Qin Baixing. The two famous beauties of the East Ocean were dumbfounded. After researching, the silver dragonfish's excellence made them feel pressured. The previous iron arowana fish had already exhausted them. If they wanted to solve the problem of the silver arowana fish this time, it would take them a few years to fully concentrate. Otherwise, it would be impossible. Furthermore, Yuchan and Qin Baihe could not put all their effort into the silver dragonfish. They needed to socialize, they needed to rest, they needed to cultivate, they needed to manage their immortal apertures, they needed to practice killer moves, and so on. Success in raising the silver dragonfish was just a matter of time for Fan Yuan. But for Yuchan and Qin Baihe, they needed to do a lot of research. Compared to the iron dragonfish, the silver dragonfish was much harder to decipher. It's over. I am no longer that person's match. I can only give up on the dragonfish business. I will do it completely. I will not hold back. Even if Yuchan had a strong personality, she was completely disheartened by Fan Yuan. The difference in strength between them made Yuchan unable to see any hope of victory. Qin Baihe was also helpless. She almost bit her lips until they bled. She was unable to help her sweetheart. This made the prideful Qin Baihe feel very sad. But just as the two female immortals were in despair, an unexpected huge existence suddenly intervened. This huge organization was none other than the Celestial Court. It turned out that the Celestial Court had not given up on investigating and pursuing Fan Yuan all along. Even though they could not find Fan Yuan's location, the Celestial Court's fairy myrtle was not to be trifled with. When Fan Yuan sold the copper dragonfish, he had already attracted her attention. When Fan Yuan sold the iron dragonfish and silver dragonfish in the jewel yellow skies market, fairy myrtle paid even more attention. Even though she was not completely sure that this mysterious person who sold the modified dragonfish was Fan Yuan, she would rather kill the wrong person than let him go. When Spectral Soul Demon Venerable was alive, he inherited the source of food path true inheritance. Fan Yuan became the new leader of the Shadow Sect. He inherited the Shadow Sect's inheritance. He naturally also inherited that food path true inheritance. Dragonfish are food path's signature product. Over the years, the species of dragonfish have not changed. This Gu immortal who continuously modified the dragonfish species is likely to be Fan Yuan himself. Fairy Myrtle knew, Spectral Soul Demon Venerable had a huge empire. He did not care about the profits from the dragonfish. He did not like to manage his businesses. He used killing to solve his problems. But Fan Yuan was different. The more she understood Fan Yuan, the more Fairy Myrtle paid attention to Fan Yuan. This otherworldly demon was adaptable. He was skilled in both literature and martial arts. If he had a chance to develop and cultivate, he would definitely become a huge threat. Thus, after thinking about it, Fairy Myrtle did not hesitate. She directly intervened and helped Yuchan and Qin Baihe. On one hand, Fairy Myrtle did not want to show herself and go to the front. On the other hand, by helping Yuchan and Qin Baihe, she could interfere in Eastern Sea. During the Five Regions chaotic war, she would be able to gain some advantage. It was killing two birds with one stone. Wisdom Path Gu immortals knew how to gain the most benefits. Celestial Court was a huge force. They had an unimaginably deep foundation. Even Food Path had a lot of income. Even though they lacked the Food Path inheritance, they had many other inheritances. With Celestial Court's help, Yuchan and Qin Baihe's morale soared. They did not rest for dozens of days. they actually succeeded in modifying the silver dragonfish. This way, Yuchan also had the silver dragonfish. This was out of Fan Yuan's expectations. Chapter 1494. Inside the Sovereign Immortal Aperture. Mini Eastern Sea. Dragon Scale Sea Area. Agu Immortal's sleeves were fluttering as he floated in the air, looking down at the sea below him. He had an ordinary appearance, but his aura was outstanding. His eyes were deep and dark, emitting an aura of vicissitudes. It was Fan Yuan's rank 6-time Path Gu Immortal clone. At this moment, the sea water was turbulent, waves were rising and falling, but there was no sea breeze. My Sovereign Immortal Aperture has not experienced any changes in the weather yet, so there are no winds and clouds. And the reason why there are waves in this dragon scale sea area is because of the immortal formation that my main body set up back then. The Time Path clone muttered in his mind. Right now, Dragon Scale Sea Area was the #1 sea area in the Sovereign Immortal Aperture. Fan Yuan invested a huge amount of resources into it. The Time Path clone looked carefully and saw that in the surging waves, there were countless dragonfish moving about. They were densely packed, their numbers were terrifying. Fan Yuan had invested a huge amount of resources, and with the Sovereign Immortal Aperture's abundant Time Path resources, as well as his food path methods, the dragonfish were reproducing rapidly, their numbers were increasing rapidly. Not only were there ordinary dragonfish, there were also a large number of copper dragonfish, iron dragonfish, and even some silver dragonfish. Fan Yuan's clone's gaze pierced through these dragonfish. He only looked towards the depths of the dragonfish group. Soon, his expression turned to joy. He found his target. This was a dazzling golden dragonfish. Its body was covered in dense and thick golden scales. Its eyes were no longer lifeless like other dragonfish. They were filled with lively spirituality. Compared to other dragonfish, it was the smallest. It was not even the size of a normal person's palm. It was quite small. But in the observation of Fan Yuan's clone, this golden scaled dragonfish was filled with food path Dao marks. There were almost no other Dao marks. Even though it was small, the aura it emitted was that of a true ancient desolate beast. Other dragonfish could only reach desolate beast level at most, but golden dragonfish could reach ancient desolate beast level at most. This could not be underestimated. This meant that after the dragonfish reached golden scales, they had truly broken through the limits of their original species. They had broken through the shackles and reached a whole new level. At this point, the golden arowana has been nurtured from the arowana. This can be considered the limit. Fan Yuan's clone sighed deeply. The ancient golden arowana swam in the sea. The other arowanas around it, whether they were ordinary arowanas, desolate beast arowanas, copper arowanas, iron arowanas, or silver arowanas, were all circling around it. The ancient golden arowana was the natural king of the arowana population. Once it appeared, countless low-tier arowanas would follow and protect it. Even though I'm the one who raised the arowanas, my control over the school of arowanas isn't as high as the ancient golden arowanas. Fan Yuan's clone's eyes flashed. He was very concerned about this point. It could be said that if the ancient golden arowana and Fan Yuan were to compete for this school of arowanas, Fan Yuan would definitely not be as influential as the ancient golden arowana. As long as this ancient desolate beast appeared in the school of dragonfish, it would attract all the dragonfish to follow it wholeheartedly. However, it doesn't matter. The ancient golden arowana rules over all the other arowanas, while I lead the ancient golden arowana. Unfortunately, the arowanas do not have much combat power. Even the ancient golden arowana is one of the weakest ancient desolate beasts in terms of combat power. Hence, these arowanas can only be sold. Time passed quickly. In a blink of an eye, half a month had passed. These days, Yuchan had a torturous time. Although she had researched the silver arowana, she had relied on Qin Bai He, Celestial Court's help, and of course, Fan Yuan's silver arowana. Hence, although Yuchan was able to raise silver arowanas, in terms of production, she was far inferior to someone like Fan Yuan. In the Jewel Yellow Skies market, Fan Yuan was still suppressing Yuchan in terms of the arowana business. The silver arowana's effects were too good. Fan Yuan did not raise the price, so the other arowanas did not have much of a competitive edge. And the scale of Fan Yuan's silver arowana sales was much larger than Yu Chan's. Both sides' strength was clear at a glance. Fan Yuan had the clear advantage. However, Yu Chan did not give up, she was still persevering. She defended herself tenaciously. White Crane Sierra. Qin Baihe cheered. Ha ha ha, we finally solved this problem. Our methods have improved again. This way, the production of silver arowana will increase by a lot. Yu Chan had a haggard expression, but there was joy in her eyes. This was the result of her and Qin Baihe's hard work for half a month without rest, and with the help of Celestial Court. But even with this result, the production of silver arowana is still not as fast as that opponent. Yu Chan sighed. Little Chan don't worry. As long as we continue to work hard, silver arowana is not guts goo, it will be solved eventually. By then, our production will be on par with that person. Qin Baihe was optimistic. But even so, we are only on par with that person. It is too difficult to improve on this, we do not have the ability to do so. That means we can at most maintain a draw with that person. And this is under the condition that the other party does not introduce new dragonfish species. Yu Chan shook her head. Qin Baihe wanted to say something, she wanted to console Yu Chan, but she could not say anything. Actually, the outcome of this battle was already clear at this point. Yu Chan was not Fan Yuan's match, she could only take a beating, and after that, she would try to catch up and maintain a draw. They did not have the power to fight back and win, unless some other powerful helper suddenly intervened and helped them. Celestial Court was such a force. Celestial Court had a large number of food path inheritances. But how could Fairy Myrtle help Qin Baihe and Yu Chan without any compensation? Both sides were foreign goo immortals. Qin Baihe and Yu Chan were very vigilant when working with Celestial Court. Meanwhile, Fairy Myrtle was thinking about how to lure these two into becoming Celestial Court's pawns in Eastern Sea's goo immortal world. The great era of the Five Regions chaotic war was coming. Celestial Court was going to make arrangements everywhere. This mysterious goo immortal selling dragonfish is probably Fan Yuan. Using his strength to suppress Yu Chan and Qin Baihe, Celestial Court will gain a lot of help. But, inside Celestial Court, Fairy Myrtle was also paying attention to jewel yellow skies. But what made her puzzled was that Fan Yuan did not make a move. Ever since he started selling the silver dragonfish, he did not do anything, he only continued to sell dragonfish. This made Fairy Myrtle feel that something was amiss. She knew that Fan Yuan was not someone who would give up easily. If this person is really Fan Yuan, he definitely has a backup plan. He is a ruthless person, he does not like to let others live. The current situation of the dragonfish business is not something he can accept. Just as Fairy Myrtle was thinking about this, Yu Chan's expression suddenly changed in Eastern Sea. What's wrong, Chan? Qin Baihe quickly asked in concern. No, this is bad. My dragonfish sea is being attacked by a goo immortal. The entire goo formation has been destroyed. I need to return immediately. Yu Chan shouted, she was extremely anxious. Even though she had many dragonfish in her immortal aperture, the majority of them were still in the dragonfish sea area. Dragonfish sea area was her main business, most of her assets were in it. Now that it was suddenly attacked, how could she do anything about it? Qin Baihe also realized the severity of this matter, she grabbed Yu Chan's hand. There is no time to lose, I will go with you. Don't worry, I want to see who has the guts to be so arrogant in front of us. The immortal goo house shot out like a rainbow, breaking through the sea surface. It carried the anger of the two fairies as it charged towards Dragonfish Sea Area from White Crane Sea Area. The two sea areas were not far apart. This was why Yu Chan was not worried and stayed with Qin Baihe. Thus, when they arrived at Dragonfish Sea Area, the invading goo immortal had not left yet. Yu Chan's immortal goo formation was mostly destroyed. That goo immortal opened his immortal aperture's entrance and took in the dragonfish. Such guts! Even with Yu Chan's good mental state, seeing that the dragonfish that she had raised so painstakingly were taken away, she was furious. Her brows furrowed deeply. Who are you? You dare to offend my woman. Today is the day you die. Qin Bai he shouted as she transmitted to Yuchan. Chan be careful. This person is strange. Look at his method of taking in the dragonfish, he seems to be very skilled. Even though Qin Bai he was furious, she did not lose her rationality. She could clearly judge the situation and observe the details. Yuchan looked at where Qin Bai he was pointing and her heart jumped. She saw that the mysterious Gu Immortal did not use any immortal methods, he only controlled a small ancient desolate beast to make Yuchan's dragonfish obediently follow him into the enemy's immortal aperture. Yuchan observed carefully and was even more shocked. What is going on? This small golden-scaled ancient desolate beast seems to be a dragonfish? Golden dragonfish? Is this person my opponent in jewel yellow skies? Wait. According to the Celestial Court's instructions, this person is likely to be that Fan Yuan? Yuchan had just thought of this when the Gu Immortal who was collecting the dragonfish closed his immortal aperture, turning around to face the two furious fairies. You are finally here. I did not waste my time and wait for you to arrive. He, I am Fan Yuan, remember this name. Being able to know the name of your murderer before you die is my benevolence. After Fan Yuan said this, there was a loud sound as the surrounding world changed. An immortal battlefield rose up and trapped Yuchan and Qin Bai he. Qin Bai he and Yuchan were shocked. They looked at each other and saw their pale faces. Fan Yuan was a criminal who could fight rank 8. Why was he here? Wasn't he being chased by the Celestial Court? Who knows where he was hiding? How dare he? How dare he come out? Chapter 1495. Looking at the frightened Qin Bai he and Yuchan, Fan Yuan's gaze was cold as ice. It seems that the Gu Immortal world has been peaceful for a long time. Eastern Sea is famous for its rich resources. It has been peaceful for too long. My surprise attack this time really caught them off guard. If it was the 5 regions' chaotic war, the world would be in chaos. Every Gu Immortal would be very vigilant. But before that, peace had been peaceful for a long time. Gu Immortals cultivated mainly to manage their immortal apertures. They rarely took the initiative to fight to the death. Firstly, calamities and tribulations would occur in the immortal aperture every once in a while. Secondly, Gu Immortals had complicated relationships with one another. They often had a huge impact on the situation. Thirdly, information was not complete. Gu Immortals hid themselves deeply. A mystical immortal killer move could cause them to fail miserably. The risk was huge, the gains were small, thus, Gu Immortals were not willing to fight to the death. But this situation was different for Fan Yuan. I have rank 8 battle strength now. Who cares what connections you have? I will kill you, what is there to fear? Battle strength was Fan Yuan's confidence, but so was his wisdom path attainment. If he committed a crime, he could just run away. The world was huge. Even Celestial Court and Providence could not do anything to Fan Yuan, not to mention others. And the third aspect was information. Shadow Sect had a lot of information on the 5 regions. Qin Bai he and Yuchan did not know about Fan Yuan, but Fan Yuan knew about them. As long as I get rid of Yuchan, I will be the only one in the dragonfish business. My profits will be huge. Even if Celestial Court wanted to stop Fan Yuan, they could not do so in a short period of time. Because this resource needed a specific environment to be created, and it would take some time for it to bear fruit. Fan Yuan was like a cowardly tortoise earlier, developing and digesting his gains, raising his strength. Like a venomous dragon digesting the food it swallowed, now that it felt a trace of hunger, it would be fine if it did not move, but once it moved, it would be shocking. It directly crossed from northern plains to eastern sea, moving stealthily and suddenly attacking. Yuchan and Qin Bai he were caught off guard. The 2 female immortals in front of him were like 2 pieces of fatty meat. Especially Yuchan, she cultivated water path and had a water path immortal aperture. Fan Yuan's water path attainment level was Grandmaster. Annexing a rank 7 water path immortal aperture was a good thing. Yuchan and Qin Bai he looked at Fan Yuan. They felt an intense killing intent that was mixed with greed and malice, assaulting them. The situation was critical. The 2 women were flustered and their hearts were beating wildly. They both knew that their situation was extremely worrying. Qin Baihe forcefully calmed herself down, transmitting to her companion. Chan Er, even though we are rank 7 Gu immortals, even if we work together, we will not have much strength. We did not communicate with each other earlier, the effect of our cooperation will be very low. The enemy this time is exceptionally terrifying, we must not fight them head-on, we must think of a way to escape. Qin Baihe was afraid before the battle even started, she wanted to escape. There was no helping it. Fan Yuan's illustrious reputation had already spread throughout the 5 regions. Qin Baihe and Yu Chan were famous people in Eastern Sea, but how could they compare to Fan Yuan? Yu Chan agreed with Qin Baihe's words, the latter frowned and transmitted. I think so too. But now that we are trapped in an immortal battlefield killer move, how can we escape? This immortal battlefield was one entity. It was like a dark red egg that surrounded the 3 immortals. There were countless purple stars on the egg walls. They were dazzling and flickering. This scene was extremely beautiful, but in Yu Chan's eyes, there was no sense of appreciation. She wanted the egg walls to break and reveal a huge hole so that she could fly out. Qin Baihe continued. I have a method that can penetrate the immortal battlefield and forcefully connect to the outside world. We can get reinforcements. That's great! Yu Chan was overjoyed. Normally speaking, once one was trapped in an immortal battlefield, they would be isolated from the outside world, they could not even communicate with jewel yellow skies. But this relationship was like a spear and a shield, between attack and defense, there was only a difference in strength. It depended on which side was sharper. If the spear was sharper, it could pierce the shield. If the shield was thicker, the spear would break the shield. Qin Baihe was one of the 6 great fairies of Eastern Sea. Yu Chan was also one of them. If they asked for help from the outside world, there would definitely be many people supporting them. In fact, they even had connections with Eastern Sea's rank 8 Gu immortals. Even though asking for help would owe them favors or a huge debt, at this moment, their lives were at stake, they could not care less. All right, go ahead, I will protect you. Yu Chan's gaze was resolute as she stood in front of Qin Baihe. Qin Baihe took a deep breath. Her jet black and beautiful long hair suddenly spread out. In an instant, countless flower petals drifted down from her hair and formed a rain of petals that covered the sky. Qin Baihe's skin was white as snow, she was surrounded by the rain of flowers, she was like a fairy among flowers, beautiful and alluring. On Yu Chan's side, her aura surged to the sky. An immortal killer move was activated, rain started to fall in the sky, forming into a thick fog that protected her, and Qin Baihe within the rain. Fan Yuan floated in the sky, facing her with a calm attitude, purple light flickered in his eyes as he smiled. Qin Baihe, if you want to communicate with the outside world, this killer move fragrant flower obscure language is not useful, don't waste your effort. Saying so, he willed, crackle crackle, countless purple stars fell, filling the sky. As the purple stars fell, Yu Chan's rain weakened, Qin Baihe's voice faded away, it was a pitiful sight. Fan Yuan used an immortal battlefield killer move, he had a huge terrain advantage, he created a wisdom path environment, once activated, he suppressed water path and wood path. This immortal killer move of mine was created by using 3 rank 8 battlefield killer moves as a reference, as well as 18 other killer moves. It is named Purple Star Broken Life. It has no other advantages but one, it can conceal one's traces and cut off the communication between the outside and the outside. The inside is huge, but the outside is empty. Even if someone passes by, they will not discover this battlefield. Fan Yuan spoke slowly. His words made the 2 female immortals feel a chill in their hearts. Qin Baihe was shocked and uncertain. What shocked her was that her plan was seen through by Fan Yuan. The question was Fan Yuan's words true or false? Amazing! This Fan Yuan is skilled in scheming, he is not a reckless person. Qin Baihe thought for a while, she broke out in cold sweat as she felt how troublesome Fan Yuan was. Regardless of whether it was true or not, Fan Yuan's words had shaken her heart, it was more effective than most wisdom path killer moves. But Yu Chan had a firm heart, she shouted as she pushed her palms forward. Immediately, the rain moved, countless crystal-like raindrops intertwined, forming a huge fish monster. Immortal killer move, Kun Fei's Rain! Fan Yuan snorted coldly. His gaze flickered as countless purple stars fell from his gaze. The fish monster and the two female immortals could not even raise their heads. This immortal battlefield killer move contained many of Fan Yuan's wisdom path immortal goo. It was very powerful. However, Yu Chan and Qin Bai He endured it with all their might. They were like rocks standing in front of the waves. That huge fish monster was destroyed by the countless purple stars, but as Yu Chan continued to use her killer move, it was replenished by the raindrops. Immortal killer move, Soul Beast Summoning! Fan Yuan willed as he summoned 5 ancient soul beasts. They pounced at the 2 female immortals. He did not use Year Beast Summoning, because Soul Beast Summoning was more outstanding. The ancient soul beasts were controlled by Fan Yuan. They were very obedient, but they were suppressed by the immortal battlefield. They felt uncomfortable. This Wisdom Path Battlefield killer move would be more powerful if Fan Yuan used Wisdom Path Immortal Goo or killer moves. However, the other sex would be restricted and suppressed, unlike the Sovereign Immortal Physique. After this, I might be able to modify a Soul Path Battlefield killer move. It will complement Soul Beast Summoning. Fan Yuan thought. Wisdom Path Battlefield killer moves were more useful in concealing one's tracks and defending against deductions. This was the advantage of a path, thus Fan Yuan deduced the Wisdom Path Battlefield killer move first. The ancient soul beasts were extremely fierce. They pounced forward and fought with the 2 female immortals. Under Fan Yuan's control, they attacked Yu Chan and Qin Bai He regardless of the fish monster. They made the 2 girls suffer greatly. In the intense battle, Yu Chan's heart sank. Fan Yuan has not even made a move yet. We are already running for our lives. We are surrounded by danger. If he suddenly attacks, we will be doomed. Fan Yuan was still far away, watching the 2 girls fight intensely. Chapter 1496. Under Fan Yuan's fierce attacks, after more than 10 breaths of time, Yu Chan got more and more tired. She could not hold on for much longer. Sigh. Qin Bai He let out a long sigh. She stopped using the immortal killer move Fragrant Flower Cryptic Language. Fan Yuan did not deceive her. Fragrant Flower Cryptic Language was indeed useless. After Qin Bai He tested it, she entered the battle with a heavy heart. She was a Woodpath Goo immortal. She used killer moves one after another. Flower petals rained down. Flower petals rained down. Some of the moves could erode one's strength, while others could be as sharp as blades. Qin Bai He's clothes fluttered in the wind. Her black hair and long skirt made her look like she was dancing even in battle. Her figure was alluring and beautiful. On the other side, Yu Chan was shouting. She had a heroic aura. These 2 girls were indeed famous fairies in Eastern Sea's Goo immortal world. They were beautiful and eye-catching. They were like pearls and diamonds. They shined together. If ordinary Goo immortals saw them, they would feel their hearts go soft before they even attacked. Why would they bother with them? There was no need to talk about destroying a flower. Unfortunately, the 2 girls were facing Fan Yuan. Immortal killer move, Ancient Sword Dragon Transformation. Immortal killer move, Reverse Flow Protection Seal. Roar! The sword dragon roared. It suddenly appeared and charged at the 2 girls without stopping. Oh no! Yu Chan cried out in shock. Qin Bai He's heart jumped to her throat. She gritted her teeth. Evil scoundrel, take this! As she spoke, the petals around her flew rapidly. In the blink of an eye, they formed a petal tornado that attacked and defended against the ancient sword serpent. Yu Chan also reacted and shouted, I'll lend you a hand! Saying so, she used a water path killer move, creating a huge wave of water. The waves entered the petal tornado, and in the blink of an eye, they were all absorbed into it. With a whoosh, the petal tornado expanded several times, and its power increased sharply. What a great move, water from wood! Qin Bai He praised. Her confidence rose by a level. The flower petal tornado collided with the ancient sword dragon. The stalemate lasted for only an instant before the ancient sword dragon was destroyed by the flower petal tornado. Such a good effect didn't make the 2 fairies happy. Instead, they revealed a horrified expression. Oh no, this ancient sword dragon is fake! Just as Qin Bai He thought of this, A huge silver dragon silently appeared behind her. Time seemed to slow down at this moment. Qin Baihe turned her head inch by inch with great difficulty. From the corner of her eyes, she saw that Fan Yuan had transformed into the ancient sword serpent. It had opened its bloody mouth and covered her tiny body. Those jagged, sharp dragon teeth flickered with cold light. They were like battle spears. Just looking at them caused Qin Baihe to tremble with fear. Fan Yuan, you have rank 8 battle strength, a famous expert. You actually launched a sneak attack. On the other side, Yuchan screamed in shock and anger. Fan Yuan had such a huge advantage, but he still carried out a sneak attack. He was simply shameless, and didn't have the demeanor of an expert at all. He was shameless to the extreme. Seeing that Qin Baihe was about to fall into the dragon's mouth, Yuchan unleashed an unprecedented ferocious attack. An intense rain fell, each droplet elongated as they shot towards Fan Yuan like countless arrows. Fan Yuan sneered internally. He ignored everything and bit down. Crack! Because he used too much strength, his upper and lower teeth collided with each other, producing a dull sound. No! Yuchan screamed in shock. Almost at the same time, her powerful rain was rebounded by the countercurrent protection seal and returned to her. Yuchan hurriedly blocked. She was flustered. At this moment, she deeply felt how weak she was. How can I fight this? He's using the reverse flow river to defend himself. Any of my attacks will be reflected back at him. How shameless! Yuchan felt like she had fallen into an ice cave. However, when Fan Yuan opened his mouth, there was no flesh or bone, only some flower petals fell between his teeth. On the other side, a body suddenly grew out of the huge flower petals in the air. The body quickly came out of the flower petals. It was the naked Qin Baihe. At the crucial moment, she used a life-saving killer move, causing Fan Yuan's attack to fail. Qin Baihe's true body temporarily escaped from Fan Yuan's demonic claws. Baihe! Yuchan was overjoyed. Qin Baihe's face was pale. Her lips were trembling. She had escaped from the gates of hell. The situation earlier was extremely dangerous. If she had been slightly slower, she would have died on the spot. The surrounding flower petals flew over and stuck to Qin Baihe's body, turning into a beautiful dress in the blink of an eye. Yuchan quickly flew over and met up with her. The two women's vigilant gazes were firmly fixed on Fan Yuan. From the depths of their gazes, their panic and fear could be seen. Although the ancient sword serpent missed its first attack, it didn't continue its pursuit. Instead, it scanned the surroundings with its sharp eyes. I understand, so that's how it is. Suddenly, the ancient sword dragon spoke. Fan Yuan's voice resounded in the two girls' ears. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Countless purple stars shot down once again, instantly destroying all the petals on the battlefield. Qin Baihe's body shook intensely. Fan Yuan's actions left her with no way out. She could not use that life-saving method again. The ancient sword dragon roared as it pounced again. The two fairies had pale expressions. They bit their lips as they fought. This was a moment of life and death. The two fairies did not dare to hold back. They used their trump cards. Boom, boom, boom. The attacks were intense. They were dazzling and bright, like colorful fireworks. The ancient sword dragon moved within the fireworks, moving freely. Reverse flow protection seal reflected all attacks. It was untouchable by all methods. Injuries appeared on the two women's bodies, and the speed at which their injuries worsened was extremely fast. However, Fan Yuan could not take their lives in a short period of time. These two fairies were rank 7 Gu immortals. They had many life-saving methods. They had deep foundations and were famous for a long time. They were not simple. Fan Yuan, stop attacking, we surrender. We admit your strength, we swear that we will not get involved in the dragonfish business from now on. Please let us go. After a while of intense fighting, the two girls were covered in blood. They breathed roughly as they begged for mercy. For the two of them, there was no hope of winning this battle. From start to finish, Fan Yuan had the upper hand. Even though the two girls resisted, they could not hold on for long. We can give you all sorts of resources, a lot of wealth, as long as you let us go. That's right, if we fight to the death, we will detonate our immortal goo before we die. You will not get anything. We should not have been enemies with you. You can have these dragonfish. We have learned our lesson. If we see you in the future, we will avoid you. Furthermore, we swear that after this battle, we will never be enemies with you. We will not take revenge. The two girls spoke. They were already in agreement. As expected of an elite, you understand the situation. The ancient sword dragon stopped attacking. It floated gracefully in the air. Fan Yuan's cold dragon pupils reflected the beautiful figures of the two girls. He continued, "Then hand over one of your immortal goo to show your sincerity." The two girls' hearts tightened. They looked at each other, feeling that Fan Yuan was a troublesome person to deal with. Once they lost their immortal goo, their battle strength would fall sharply. But if they did not hand over their immortal goo, their lives would still be in danger. After hesitating for a moment, Yuchan said, "We agree to this condition, but to prevent any accidents, we need to set an agreement of mutual non-harm. We will use information path methods to restrict each other." "Then let's do it." Fan Yuan nodded. However, they encountered obstacles in the subsequent negotiations on the specific content. Qin Baihe and Yuchan emphasized that if Fan Yuan went against the agreement, he would be punished with death. This was a condition that Fan Yuan could not accept. Fan Yuan had a scheme brewing in his mind. He had the self-cleansing immortal formation. He wanted to use it to get rid of the unfavorable agreement on him. But this method was not controlled by Fan Yuan. It was not flexible. He needed some time to get rid of the unfavorable down marks. If he died immediately, the self-cleansing immortal formation would be useless. Fan Yuan did not want to let these two goo immortals go. Once he let them go, it would be hard to use the same method to ambush them in the future. Furthermore, the Celestial Court might remove the agreement for them. That would be even more troublesome. In terms of the dragonfish business, Fan Yuan would have a strong enemy. The two sides did not come to an agreement. The two girls also realized Fan Yuan's true intentions. "Fan Yuan, it seems that you are determined to kill us. Even if we die, we will not let you gain anything from this." Sorrow filled their hearts. The two girls fought to the death. Fan Yuan smiled coldly. His killing intent intensified. After a few rounds of fighting, he finally found a chance to attack, tearing half of Qin Baihe's body apart. The left side of Qin Baihe's body was torn apart. Her organs and broken ribs were exposed. "Baihe, I will help you." Yuchan was worried. She came to help, but did not know that Fan Yuan's true target was her. Yuchan was caught unprepared. She was bitten by the ancient sword dragon. Gucci. Thick blood seeped out from the gaps between the teeth. Crack, crack. Fan Yuan chewed a few times. The beautiful Yuchan had completely turned into a pile of meat and bones. She had died. "Ah, Chan air!" Qin Baihe saw that her lover was killed. She screamed in pain. Her eyes were red as tears flowed down. "Fan Yuan, you murderer! I will fight you to the death!" Qin Baihe stopped dodging. She charged at Fan Yuan. Fan Yuan smiled coldly, using an immortal killer move, Purple Thought Perception Starlight, to break Qin Baihe's defense. Next, he opened his mouth and breathed out a dazzling sword-light dragon breath. After the dragon breath passed by, Qin Baihe's entire body was blasted into nothingness. Only her head was left. Her eyes were wide open in anger. Her beautiful face was still there, just that it was more or less distorted, stained with bright red blood. Fan Yuan flew over slowly. He stretched out his dragon claw and flicked. Slap! Like a watermelon falling to the ground, the dragon claw pierced Qin Baihe's head. Blood and brain matter splattered everywhere. Chapter 1497. With a flash of light, the ancient sword dragon turned back into human form. Yuchan and Qin Baihe were dead. From now on, Eastern Sea's Gu immortal world only had 4 fairies left. Fan Yuan's expression did not change as he targeted 2 areas and used immortal methods. Soon, 2 immortal apertures were taken out and sealed by him. Fan Yuan inherited Shadow Sex Inheritance, which included Blazing Heaven Demoness Aperture Taking Method, as well as many other killer moves. They were all effective on immortal apertures. Before coming to Eastern Sea, Fan Yuan had successfully deduced that he had a method to seal immortal apertures and bring them along with him. Thus, Fan Yuan was not in a hurry to do anything to these two immortal apertures. He stored the immortal battlefield killer move Purple Imperial Break Life before summoning Ying Wuxie, Bai Ning Bing, and the rest. To ensure that nothing went wrong, Fan Yuan kept the Shadow Sect members in his sovereign immortal aperture and brought them to Eastern Sea. Ancient Battle Formation Omnidirectional Travel. This killer move had flaws, its effect was not outstanding, but now, Fan Yuan had modified and repaired it. Thus, once it was activated, it immediately brought Fan Yuan and the other three immortals out of Dragonfish Sea area, directly arriving at White Crane Sea area. White Crane Sea area was calm and peaceful. Cool winds blew, the blue sky and white clouds covered the sky. Between the sea and the sky, countless white cranes were either flying or stretching their bodies gracefully, resting on small islands. Fan Yuan did not stop, he flew towards the depths of the sea. As for the other Shadow Sect Gu immortals, they followed Fan Yuan's instructions and started to collect the surrounding white cranes. Fan Yuan went to the bottom of the sea. His gaze was sharp as he quickly found an immortal Gu house. It turned out that he gave up on Dragonfish Sea area and went to White Crane Sea area immediately. It was because of Qin Baihe's rank 6 immortal Gu house, Baihe Palace. When Qin Baihe left, she did not bring this immortal Gu house with her. On one hand, it was because there had been peace for too long, she was too careless. On the other hand, she wanted to leave the immortal Gu house behind to suppress White Crane Sea area and guard against any unexpected situations. Fan Yuan got close to Baihe Palace. The Lily Palace opened its doors and actually took the initiative to welcome Fan Yuan inside. As it turned out, Fan Yuan had already turned into Qin Baihe's appearance. Familiar face was extremely effective. The one guarding the immortal Gu house in place of Qin Baihe was only a lump of her will. Fan Yuan smoothly entered the Lily Palace and received Qin Baihe's will. Qin Baihe's will did not suspect anything. After entering Fan Yuan's mind, she immediately realized that something was wrong. However, Fan Yuan was prepared for this. Using his mind as a battlefield, he quickly imprisoned this will. Then, he began to borrow this will to fight for this Lily Palace. Even with Fan Yuan's Wisdom Path Immortal Gu and Wisdom Path methods, he spent a day and a night before successfully taking Baihe Palace. At this point, Fan Yuan finally had an immortal Gu house. But this Baihe Palace is not complete, it is incomplete and has low power. It only has 2 rank 6 immortal Gu as the cores. It was created by Qin Baihe to house her concubines. Baihe Palace was not reliable, it was very fragile. Compared to He Tribe's immortal Gu house Dark Prison, it was far inferior. After Fan Yuan took control of it, he saw its internal structure and memorized its usage profundities. He dismantled it and obtained a large number of Gu worms. 2 rank 6 immortal Gu, one was Wood Path while the other was Food Path. It was called Eat Fragrant. This was out of Fan Yuan's expectations. Yuchan and Qin Baihe's Gu worms, not mentioning immortal Gu, even if they were mortal Gu, they would not be given to Fan Yuan. Thus, these Gu worms that made up Baihe Palace were all of Fan Yuan's gains in terms of Gu worms. Eat Fragrant immortal Gu was shaped like a wooden box. It was small and small, about the size of an adult's index finger. It had little use, it could only help Gu immortals eat fragrant food and fill their stomachs. But in this world, there are no useless Gu worms, only useless Gu masters. Fan Yuan had a Food Path inheritance. He thought of many ways to use Eat Fragrant immortal Gu. Even though this immortal Gu had little use when used alone, if it cooperated with other Gu worms, its effect was definitely worth looking forward to. Currently, Fan Yuan only had 1 Food Path immortal Gu. It was called Snack. This time, he had Eat Fragrant. It made up for the lack of Food Path immortal Gu to a large extent. This was a pleasant surprise to Fan Yuan. Fan Yuan dismantled Baihe Palace and killed all the concubines and beauties inside, only leaving their souls behind. After returning to White Crane Sea area, the Shadow Sect immortals were still making use of their time to search for resources in the sea area. White cranes moved in groups, there were a lot of them. There were thousands of ordinary white cranes, 21 desolate beast cranes, and 4 ancient white cranes. After spending a lot of effort, Fan Yuan and the rest not only gathered these white cranes, they also searched for other resources in the sea area. There were 2 main types of resources in the sea. One was Great History Iron, a rank 7 immortal material formed from Metal Path and Wisdom Path Dao marks. The other was Egg Crystal Stones. These were the life essence left behind by Eggmen. There were a lot of Egg Crystal Stones. It could be seen that White Crane Sea area was the habitat of a large group of Eggmen a long time ago. After keeping these, Fan Yuan used omnidirectional travel to return to Dragonfish Sea area. There were still a large number of Dragonfish in the Dragonfish Sea area. The scale was much larger than what Fan Yuan had previously. Fan Yuan kept all of them in his immortal aperture. This windfall caused his Dragonfish population to increase by dozens of times. Yu Chan was indeed the number 1 Dragonfish business giant. Her foundation in this aspect was extremely deep. Even Fan Yuan was secretly shocked. After emptying the Dragonfish Sea area, Fan Yuan looked at the sky. There was still no one attacking. Celestial Court has not made a move yet. To think that I was purposely stalling for time in the battle to lure out Celestial Court's reinforcements. Fan Yuan let out a breath of air. His gaze was cold. He had made ample preparations. Even if he faced a rank 8 Gu immortal, he was not afraid. Celestial Court could guess Fan Yuan's identity. They were helping Yu Chan to obstruct Fan Yuan. Similarly, Fan Yuan could deduce that Celestial Court was adding fuel to the fire. Fan Yuan suddenly came here. It was a sneak attack on Yu Chan and Qin Bai He. It was also a probe towards Heavenly Court. But after this probe, Celestial Court did not make a move. This result made Fan Yuan feel slightly surprised. The Heavenly Court actually didn't send anyone over? Is it because Fairy Myrtle did not expect it, or did they not react in time? Or maybe Celestial Court does not have enough manpower. Fan Yuan's gaze flickered. He was a crafty person. He immediately guessed the predicament Celestial Court was in. Celestial Court did not have enough manpower. Fan Yuan had already vaguely sensed this when he was escaping in Western Desert. This time, he was even more certain. Since Celestial Court's Gu Immortals did not come, Fan Yuan would not wait foolishly. After using omnidirectional travel to leave Dragonfish Sea area, he went to a nameless sea area in Eastern Sea and planted Yu Chan and Qin by his immortal apertures. A rank 7 Water Path Immortal Aperture, and a rank 7 Wood Path Immortal Aperture. While the immortal apertures turned into Blessed Lands, Fan Yuan entered them separately. In Yu Chan Blessed Land, the land spirit's condition was to kill Fan Yuan. Fan Yuan was very crafty. He changed his appearance and entered with a fake identity. Immortal Killer Move, Blood Light Spirit Suppression. Yu Chan's land spirit was suppressed by Fan Yuan. The Water Path Immortal Aperture was quickly annexed by Fan Yuan. But in Bai He Blessed Land, the land spirit's condition was related to Bai He Palace. Fan Yuan did not care about this. He used Blood Light Spirit Suppression again to suppress the land spirit. But he did not have the qualifications to annex the Wood Path Blessed Land. He could only leave it here. After all, after closing the entrance, the outside world would not be able to detect this blessed land. It was safe. As Fan Yuan expected, not only were there no Gu worms in the 2 immortal aperture blessed lands, even the cultivation resources that they used were completely destroyed. Yu Chan and Qin Bai He hated this murderer, Fan Yuan. They did not want to leave anything for him. Thankfully, the winds of assimilation were not something that anyone could casually create. After doing all this, Fan Yuan did not want to stay in Eastern Sea for long. He left immediately. He had committed a murder, killing Yu Chan and Qin Bai He. He also plundered the 2 sea areas. He would soon be exposed and cause a huge commotion in Eastern Sea's Gu immortal world. This was not an exaggeration. No matter if it was Yu Chan or Qin Bai He, they both had widespread influence. Adding on the fact that the Gu immortal world had been peaceful for a long time, with this huge incident and the deaths of 2 rank 7 experts, it would definitely cause a certain degree of panic. Everyone in Eastern Sea's Gu immortal world would feel threatened. There would also be a large number of Gu immortals, regardless of their motives, be it to take revenge for Yu Chan and Qin Bai He, to uphold justice, to covet their inheritance, or to establish their own reputation, a large number of Gu immortals would come to investigate Fan Yuan. Even if the situation was dire, they wouldn't be able to escape. Fan Yuan had rank 8 battle strength. Even though he was not afraid, he did not want to get himself into trouble. Chapter 1498. Several days later, a Gu immortal flew over White Crane Sea area. This Gu immortal wore a green robe. He looked like a young man. He had a tall nose and a wide face. His eyes were bright like stars. Rank 7 aura emanated from his body. He had a great background. His name was Qinyu Jiqing. He was a Gu immortal of Eastern Sea's super force Qinyu clan. He was also the direct descendant of the current Qinyu First Supreme Elder, Qinyuan. This is? Seeing the desolate state of White Crane Sea area, Qinyu Jiqing's expression sank. He had a crush on Qin Baihe. Even though he knew she liked women, he could accept it. But while he could accept Qin Baihe, she did not accept him. Qinyu Jiqing was rejected all the time, but he did not give up. He had been persevering for the last 10 years. Even though Qin Baihe disliked him, she did not want to become enemies with Qinyu clan. Towards Qinyu Jiqing's letters, she would reply them half-heartedly. Qinyu Jiqing would write a love letter every once in a while, but Qin Baihe's letters would only have 2 words, read or acceptable. Qinyu Jiqing was very satisfied with the 2 words read. If he got acceptable, he would be smiling for the next few days. Humans were not plants, they were emotionless. Even Gu immortals had situations where they fell in love with someone. But recently, when Qinyu Jiqing sent a love letter, he did not get a response. Qinyu Jiqing tried to contact her but failed. He had a bad premonition. He could not hold it in anymore. He moved out and went to White Crane Sea area personally. When he arrived, he saw the desolate scene of White Crane Sea area. Qinyu Jiqing frowned deeply. In the past, White Crane Sea area was peaceful. Countless white cranes were flying or resting. It was full of vitality. But now, this place was plundered by Fan Yuan and the other Shadow Sect Gu immortals. It was completely desolate. Fairy Baihe, where are you? Qinyu Jiqing felt an intense uneasiness. With a plop, he dove into the sea. He had been to White Crane Sea area many times. Even though Qin Baihe did not like him, Qinyu Jiqing found many reasons. This time, Qinyu Jiqing's impression of the seabed had undergone a huge change. Looking at the huge ravine, as well as the countless holes and scattered rocks, Qinyu Jiqing's heart sank. Not good, from the looks of it, this place has been robbed. After checking for a while, Qinyu Jiqing's face was filled with anger. How dare they? Who dares to rob Fairy Lily's sea territory? The Taisher iron and egg crystal stones here have all been plundered. This person must be arrogant. Fairy Lily, you must be all right. Qinyu Jiqing thought of the person he missed, and immediately became afraid. He searched around but could not find that rank 6 immortal Gu house Baihe Palace. Qinyu Jiqing was unwilling to give up. He used his investigative methods to search the surrounding waters again. There were no results. Qin Baihe seemed to have completely disappeared. The Lily Palace was also nowhere to be seen. What made Qinyu Jiqing even more puzzled was that there were no traces of a battle taking place here. Fan Yuan did not end Qin Baihe and Yu Chan's lives here. He did it in Dragonfish Sea area. But even if Qinyu Jiqing found Dragonfish Sea area, he would not be able to find any traces. Fan Yuan's methods to erase traces were extremely profound. They were not just for show. Furthermore, the entire battle took place in the battlefield killer move Purple Star Life Destruction. Qinyu Jiqing could not find anything. He started to feel suspicious. Fairy Lily is an expert among rank 7 Gu immortals. It is not possible for someone to kill her stealthily. Unless it is a rank 8 Gu immortal. Rank 8 Gu immortals usually suppress one side, they restrict each other. A slight move can cause a chain reaction. How could they kill Fairy Baihe for no reason? Hee. Thinking of this, Qinyu Jiqing let go of some of his worries. But soon, his expression tightened. Don't tell me, Fairy Lily is tired of me and decided to move her territory, taking away all the resources? Qinyu Jiqing thought about it, and felt that it was unlikely. White Crane Sea area was a huge resource producer. How could Qin Bai He give it up so easily? Even if she found a better sea area, she would not give it up for no reason. Don't tell me, she met a strong enemy that she could not match? With such a strong enemy here, she had no choice but to abandon her territory and retreat? Qin Yu Ji-cheng had another thought. But soon, he shook his head. If she met a strong enemy, how could Fairy Lily not ask for help? With her network, as long as she says a word, a large number of Gu immortals would come to help. What is going on? Why did Fairy Lily suddenly disappear so mysteriously? Qin Yu Ji-cheng's brows were tightly knitted. He did not think of the possibility that Qin Bai He was dead. Firstly, he did not want to think about it, and secondly, this possibility was quite unimaginable. After all, Qin Bai He was an influential person among Eastern Sea Gu immortals. She was famous in Eastern Sea. She was also not weak. She had rank 7 cultivation level. Who could easily kill such a person? Like Qin Yu Ji-cheng had deduced, unless a rank 8 Gu immortal attacked. But this possibility was even smaller. The 5 regions had been peaceful for a long time. Qin Yu Ji-cheng subconsciously did not think that such a cruel murder would happen, especially when it happened to his beloved fairy. But after some investigation, Qin Yu Ji-cheng confirmed something. No matter what happened, Fairy Lily is definitely in trouble. I need to find her and do my best to help her. At once, the thought of saving the damsel in distress filled Qin Yu Ji-cheng's mind, burning his heart. If there are no clues here, I will find the nearby Gu immortals and ask them. In Qin Yu Ji-cheng's mind, the name Yuchan appeared. Yuchan's Dragonfish Sea area was famous. In terms of distance, Yuchan was the closest Gu immortal to Qin Bai He. They could be said to be neighbors. Qin Yu Ji-cheng acted quickly. He immediately left White Crane Sea area. After some effort, he arrived at Dragonfish Sea area. Dragonfish Sea area was even more pitiful than White Crane Sea area. There had once been millions of dragonfish here. It was one of Eastern Sea's grand sceneries. But now, Qin Yu Ji-cheng saw nothing. Sea winds blew past his ears. The seawater formed white waves that undulated continuously. How can this be? Even Dragonfish Sea area was plundered? Qin Yu Ji-cheng was tongue-tied. He showed shock in his eyes. Qin Bai He's White Crane Sea area was like this. Yuchan's Dragonfish Sea area was also like this. What caused this? After all, be it Yuchan or Qin Bai He, they were both experts among rank 7s. Their battle strength was not weak at all. This time, Qin Yu Ji-cheng not only felt bewilderment, he also felt a trace of fear. He raised his guard, diving into the sea to investigate, but to his dismay, he found nothing. How can this be? What in the world happened? Not only Fairy Lily, but even Fairy Yuchan had the same experience. Wait, dragonfish business, jewel yellow skies. Qin Yu Ji-cheng's body shook. He quickly communicated with Jewel Yellow Skies. Yuchan's dragonfish business was famous in the 5 regions. She had definitely left behind a will in Jewel Yellow Skies to manage the dragonfish business. Qin Yu Ji-cheng's consciousness entered Jewel Yellow Skies. He soon successfully contacted Yuchan's will. Once they communicated, Qin Yu Ji-cheng found that Yuchan's will did not know what had happened. Yuchan and her will have communicated quite frequently. The interval between each communication was less than 3 days. That is to say, within these 3 days, she and Fairy Lily both met with a mysterious incident. Cold sweat dripped down Qin Yu Ji-cheng's forehead. The more he investigated, the more he discovered the truth. It was quite mysterious and terrifying. Be it Yuchan or Qin Bai He, they would not be so senseless as to plunder all the resources and run away. This was all on the surface. They had met with an irresistible threat. An intense sense of worry shrouded Qin Yu Ji-cheng's heart. No, I need to return home and ask the Gu immortals in my clan for help. Qin Yu Ji-cheng felt his scalp turning numb as he stayed in the empty Dragonfish Sea area. He did not dare to stay for long. He immediately turned back. The murder of Qin Bai He and Yuchan had already happened. Even though they had not found out the truth of the 2 fairies' deaths, with Qin Yu clan's immense strength, they would soon find out a portion of the truth. As for the perpetrator of this crime, he remained at large, riding a cloud through the skies of the western desert. After Fan Yuan left Eastern Sea, he did not go to northern plains, he went through southern border and arrived at western desert again. On the auspicious cloud, Fan Yuan's consciousness entered the sovereign immortal aperture, inspecting his gains in Eastern Sea. After killing Yuchan and Qin Bai He, Fan Yuan's gains were huge. A vast number of dragonfish had already surpassed dragon scale sea area. They could be seen everywhere in mini Eastern Sea. Great history iron and egg crystal stones were also in great quantities. There were also 2 rank 6 immortal gu. Fan Yuan had already made arrangements on how to feed them. Qin Bai He's woodpath immortal aperture was placed in Eastern Sea by Fan Yuan. He could not annex it or carry it with him for a long time. As for Yu Chan's waterpath immortal aperture, it was completely devoured by Fan Yuan. He gained a huge sea area and a large number of waterpath Dao marks. However, these gains were nothing compared to City Wells. Indeed, City Well, one of the secluded domains of heaven and earth, was already in Fan Yuan's sovereign immortal aperture. Fan Yuan arrived in Eastern Sea. He first went to the turbulent flow sea area. He moved the city well that he had left there into his sovereign immortal aperture. Next, he went to Dragonfish Sea area and brutally killed Yuchan and Qin Bai He. Secluded domain of heaven and earth, City Well. Fan Yuan had been worried about this City Well for a long time. But earlier, when Fan Yuan used Pulling Mountain Immortal Gu, the effect was minimal. He could not put City Well into his immortal aperture. But this time, Fan Yuan used the light of wisdom to create an immortal killer move, using Pulling Mountain Immortal Gu as the core to target City Well. After much effort, he finally got what he wanted. Chapter 1499. This well was squarish on the outside, it was squarish on all sides. The inside of the well was round, perfectly round. Squarish on the outside, round on the inside. City Well. Fan Yuan thought about it for a long time. He placed City Well in mini central continent. After Dang Hun Mountain, Luopa Valley, and Reverse Flow River, this was the 4th secluded domain of heaven and earth that Fan Yuan obtained. Since ancient times, the number of Gu immortals who could obtain 4 secluded domains of heaven and earth could be counted on one hand. City Well was recorded in the legends of Rinzhu. It was once the territory of Miniman. Right now, the small town in City Well was destroyed by Fan Yuan. Minuscule mountain that was inside City Well was also separated from City Well. It was destroyed in northern plains. However, the City Well that Fan Yuan obtained was not empty. There were a large number of blessed lands in it. The owners of these immortal apertures were killed by Fan Yuan using City Well. They died with regrets. During the process of immortal apertures forming blessed lands, they needed to absorb large amounts of heaven and earth chi from the outside world. They needed to open their immortal aperture entrances to communicate with the outside world. Fan Yuan had already used this chance to explore these blessed lands. Without a land spirit, he had already plundered all the blessed lands that could be plundered. The remaining blessed lands still had a large amount of cultivation resources. Fan Yuan did not use force back then. Now that I have blood light spirit suppression killer move, I can suppress these land spirits, but without the upper extreme heavenly eagle, I cannot enter. Right now, these immortal apertures had their entrances shut. Fan Yuan could not enter them. If I annex all these immortal apertures and take all the resources, my Dao marks will increase by a lot. The development of my immortal aperture will also increase. This was a huge piece of meat. Fan Yuan could not eat it yet. But it was already in his bowl. There was little chance of it being taken away. Fan Yuan was not worried. Other than these blessed lands, City Well's huge value cannot be ignored. With City Well, Fan Yuan could directly raise variant humans, or even pure humans. This was a very good thing. In the Gu Immortal world, the management of the immortal aperture was divided into 7 levels. First layer, construct mortal resources, produce mortal Gu and mortal Gu materials. The second layer was to construct immortal resources to produce immortal materials that could feed immortal Gu. The third level was to raise immortal beasts and immortal plants, forming a cycle of life. The fourth level was to use the produced immortal materials to trade with each other, and earn profits. At the 5th layer, the immortal aperture could produce immortal goo naturally. The 6th layer raised variant humans and humans to produce goo immortals. The 7th layer produced lifespan goo. These 7 levels, progressing one by one, were the summary of the experiences of the goo immortal world since ancient times. Up until now, it had already become one of the golden rules of goo immortal cultivation. It was not that goo immortals could not raise variant humans or humans when they started developing their immortal aperture, but if they forcefully did so, the results would be minuscule, they might even waste their own foundation. These 7 levels were progressing step by step. It was the result of countless generations of elites in the goo immortal world. If he followed these steps, his immortal aperture would be very stable and healthy. Fan Yuan was currently at the 3rd and 4th layer. He was still far from the 5th layer. But now that he had City Well, he could directly skip the 5th layer and proceed to the 6th layer. City Well could help goo immortals skip levels. It was very convenient to raise variant humans or even humans. What were the benefits of raising variant humans or humans? There were too many benefits. Every variant human race had their own unique resources. For example, the Snowman tribe's Ice Tear and Snow Lotus Essence, Rockman tribe's Rock Dragon, Featherman tribe's Freedom Goo, and so on. If these resources were to be used as industries, they would have huge profits in the current market. Other than these unique resources, there was another common resource. That was human chi. Heaven chi, earth chi, human chi. The balance of the 3 chi was crucial for goo immortal ascension. During the process of immortal ascension, the more human chi there was, the deeper the foundation of the goo master, the better the quality of the immortal aperture. After becoming a goo immortal, human chi was much less useful. Goo immortals needed heaven and earth chi to replenish their immortal aperture every once in a while, to stabilize their immortal aperture. But human chi was not useless. In fact, it was the opposite. Human chi was very important to goo immortals. But the method to use human chi was lost long ago. Chi path appeared much earlier than strength path. It had flourished for a period of time, but now, it had withered. Right now, human chi was a goo material that had many uses. Especially some chi path goo immortals, they had rare methods to use human chi. But now, these chi path goo immortals were even rarer. Regardless of whether it was raising mutants or humans, they could accumulate human chi. The more variant humans and humans there were, the more elites there were, and the more human chi there would be. Of course, under the same situation, a variant human's human chi would be lower than a pure human's. Other than human chi, there were also many high-grade immortal materials that would be produced by variant humans and humans. For example, door wind. This was a rank 7 immortal material that did not grow in deep mountains or forests, or in the sky of great swamps, but on the doors of mortals. Whenever such an immortal material was produced, the mortals' doors could not close, they could only open and close continuously. Such a special immortal material could not be found in nature without any human presence. And in shadow sex inheritances, there is another saying. The more human chi one accumulates, the more they can comprehend the profundities of human path. Thinking of this, Fan Yuan's eyes shined with brilliance. Human path. This was a path created by Renzu. Throughout history, some rank 8 great experts and even rank 9 venerables would comprehend the legends of Renzu in their lives. They would more or less comprehend the profundities of human path. For example, Giant Sun Immortal had some insights from the legends of Renzu. He created all living beings' luck and heaven and earth luck. Another example was Southern Borders Chai clan's ancestor, Chai Fu. He comprehended a human path killer move from the legends of Renzu in his later years, establishing Chai clan's foundation as a superforce. There were many such examples. I will not mention them one by one. In my situation, if I directly raise humans and variant humans, it would only destroy the environment of my immortal aperture. I would have to work hard and expend my foundation. But with City Well, I can raise them here and isolate them. They will not interfere with my immortal aperture development. And raising variant humans and humans in City Well has a special environment. I can get twice the result with half the effort. Forget about humans, they have high intelligence and expend a lot of resources. Right now, I should choose one of the variant humans and raise them. In the Goo world, there were 10 great variant human races. They were Hairy Man, Rockman, Snowman, Featherman, Merman, Inkman, Eggman, Beastman, Mini-Man, and Mushroom Man. Each of them had their own special advantages. Which one should I choose? Fan Yuan had not decided yet. There was only one city well, it was best to only choose one variant human to raise. Because there was a huge difference in the living habits of each variant human race. Taking care of them at the same time would only cause him to lose sight of them. Let's exclude beastmen first, they are already extinct. Hairy men? I do need hairy men to help me refine goo. Rockmen? I raised a batch of rockmen before, and I have guts goo, it is very helpful for raising rockmen. Snowman is also good, I am the son-in-law of the snowman tribe now, I have their support. As for Mini-Man, they are very suitable for city well, I need Mini-Men to help me grow immortal plants when I manage my immortal aperture. There are also Featherman, Merman, Inkman, Eggman, Mushroom Man. If I choose any of them, there will be huge benefits. Fan Yuan thought deeply along the way. Even when he reached his destination, he had not come to a conclusion. This problem was not urgent. Because even if Fan Yuan thought it through, he did not have the funds to carry out this plan. The amount of immortal essence stones he had on hand was rather low. But fortunately, he had a lot of red date immortal essence, even though he had fought with Yuchan and Qin Bai He not long ago. This was because after the sovereign immortal aperture's time flow returned to normal, Fan Yuan had even used time path methods to raise it. Originally, it was 1 to 60 in the outside world, but now, it was even higher. Thus, Fan Yuan's efficiency in accumulating red date immortal essence rose by a large margin. In this trip to Eastern Sea, I obtained City Well and even killed Yuchan. In terms of dragonfish business, I am unrivaled. It is almost certain that I will be making huge profits every day. As long as I continue to sell dragonfish, the problem of funds will be solved soon. The important thing now is thieving Heaven's dream realm. Fan Yuan thought as he descended the cloud, landing on the desert. A Goo immortal was already standing on the scorching sand. He smiled as he cupped his fists at Fan Yuan, saying, Tang Fang Ming greets Lord Fan Yuan. Chapter 1500. Fan Yuan met Tang Fang Ming again. This person was not simple. In the 500 years of Fan Yuan's previous life, he shone brightly during the 5 regions' chaotic war. He was known as Western Desert's Ma Hongyun. Of course, after Fan Yuan inherited the Shadow Sect inheritance, he knew even more. In the 500 years of his previous life, Spectral Soul Demon Venerable successfully revived and obtained Sovereign Immortal Fetus Goo. He hid in Celestial Court and secretly supported the forces of the 5 regions, plotting against the world. Ma Hongyun's rise was manipulated by Shadow Sect from behind the scenes. Tang Fangming and Tang Clan's rise was also pushed by Shadow Sect in the dark. Don't think that Celestial Court is lacking manpower now, it seems to be lacking in resources. Once the Dream Realms appear and the 5 regions' chaotic war begins, all sorts of people will awaken in Celestial Court, shocking the world. Celestial Court's foundation was too deep, even Shadow Sect could not go against it. Fan Yuan understood why Shadow Sect had to do this. He had to continue the path of Shadow Sect now. Ma Hongyun was killed by him, but Tang Clan was still around, he had to support them. Fan Yuan had made this decision long ago. Back then, when he contacted and cooperated with Tang Clan, it was not because he wanted to use a tributary of the River of Time to leave the River of Time, he truly wanted to cooperate with them. Celestial Court was actively plotting against the changes of the era. Yuchan and Qin Bai He were pawns that Fairy Myrtle wanted to manipulate. Fan Yuan had to get rid of these 2 people. Not only for the dragonfish business's profits, but also for the future. To fight against a huge force like Celestial Court, Fan Yuan had to expand his horizons, he had to control the 5 regions and the world. Tang Fangming was overjoyed at Fan Yuan's arrival. Fan Yuan had left Western Desert to escape. Tang Fangming did not expect Fan Yuan to return so quickly. Bring me to Thieving Heaven's Dream Realm. Fan Yuan went straight to the point. Lord Fan Yuan is swift and decisive, this one admires you greatly. Please follow me. Tang Fangming immediately led the way. After flying for a while, the two of them arrived in the sky above an unremarkable desert. Tang Fangming slowly came to a stop and pointed out with his finger. Instantly, a crack appeared in the sky, and immortal chi flowed out in all directions. Fan Yuan was a formation path grandmaster, he had deep foundations. Seeing this immortal formation, his eyes shined as he praised. What a great immortal goo formation! This immortal array's concealment skills were quite good. Even though Fan Yuan was constantly using his investigative methods, he still couldn't find any clues. Sir Fan Yuan, this way please. Tang Fangming was the first to enter the crack. Fan Yuan followed closely behind without hesitation. After entering, Fan Yuan found that the space created by the immortal array was like a field. His vision was very wide, the field was covered in green grass, and what attracted Fan Yuan's attention the most was the Thieving Heaven Dream Realm at the center of the field. Thieving Heaven's Dream Realm was huge, it was like a mountain. It let out a blue eerie light that illuminated the entire formation path space. The 5 regions' chaotic war had not started yet, but this Thieving Heaven Dream Realm appeared in advance. After Tang Clan found it, they hid it and researched it secretly. Even though Tang Clan had obtained this peerless treasure, they were poor in the dream path, and it was difficult to establish it. Their progress had been very slow. And this progress was mostly due to Tang Fangming's talent and ability. Even so, Tang Fangming had almost died in this dream. If his sister Tang Miao had not given up a clue to Paradise Earth's true inheritance, and asked White Sea Shadow for help, Tang Fangming would have died long ago. And White Sea Shadow's true identity was one of Spectral Soul Demon Venerable's split souls. During the Battle of Etian Mountain, he led Western Desert's Shadow Sect members to fight, but they all died in battle. Fan Yuan did not mention White Sea Shadow to Tang Clan. The clue to Paradise Earth's true inheritance that Tang Fangming and Tang Miao had was also in Fan Yuan's hands. Paradise Earth's true inheritance was not Fan Yuan's focus now. Fan Yuan's attention was on the huge Thieving Heaven Dream Realm. This dreamland that shone with a magnificent blue light was extremely dangerous, because it contained the will of the heavens. Providence could corrode dream realms. Fan Yuan had suffered greatly in Southern Border's dream realm. Back then, in the dream realm of Starry Sky Grotto Heaven's fragment world, he encountered Providence directly. Providence used Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's image to guide him, allowing him to barely defeat Spectral Soul in the Battle of Etian Mountain. As the saying goes, a fall into the pit, a gain in your wit. An old demon like Fan Yuan remembered this bloody lesson deeply. Once a dream realm is exposed for too long, it will be corroded by Providence. Southern Border's dream realm is like this. Western Desert's Thieving Heaven Dream Realm has been exposed for an even longer time. It will definitely be completely corroded by Providence. Fan Yuan's eyes flickered with eerie light. If it were in the past, I would definitely avoid it, but now, hee. Fan Yuan's lips curled up as he stretched out his hand, aiming at Thieving Heaven's Dream Realm. Immortal energy surged. Fan Yuan's body rippled with a layer of gray-white light. His palms were no exception, they were completely covered by the gray-white light. Fan Yuan took a step forward, letting his hands approach the dream realm. Eventually, the gray-white light touched Thieving Heaven's dream realm, but Fan Yuan's hands were still a small distance away from the dream realm. There was no physical contact. Fan Yuan had the sovereign immortal body, not the pure dream reality seeker physique. Once there was physical contact, his soul would fall into the dream realm. Thus, he was very careful. And that gray-white light was like flowing water, silently permeating into the eerie blue Thieving Heaven Dream Realm. The gray-white light continued to permeate, with Fan Yuan's hands as the center. A gray-white light started to spread in all directions. This phenomenon lasted for a while. It was like the base of the eerie blue dream realm was dyed with a gray-white light. The area of the light continued to expand. Tang Fangming watched quietly from the side. He could not see anything, but he could tell that this was an immortal killer move. Lord Fan Yuan is truly amazing, he has already developed an immortal killer move that targets dream realms. Compared to him, I have only created a few dream path mortal goo. There is truly always someone stronger. Tang Fangming felt admiration. He also felt that Fan Yuan was unfathomable. Fan Yuan was expressionless, but he was feeling uneasy inwardly. The immortal killer move he was using was Heaven's Will Dissipation. Even though it was not the first time he used it, it was the first time he used it on a dream realm. Heaven's Will Dissipation used Heavenly's secret immortal goo as the core. It could eliminate Providence. Fan Yuan had used it on Spring Autumn Cicada before. Now that he used it on the dream realm, he wondered what the effect would be. Time passed slowly, and the time it took to brew a cup of tea passed just like that. The gray-white light had already expanded to a huge extent, not only on the surface, but also inside Thieving Heaven's dream realm. This Thieving Heaven dream realm was as large as a mountain, but 1/10 of it was already covered in the gray-white light. Just when Tang Fangming thought that the grayish-white spot of light would gradually expand, the edge of the spot of light stopped expanding. At the same time, colorful eyes appeared in the grayish-white spot of light. These eyeballs were extremely peculiar. They blinked, and each time they blinked, they would change into a different color. The number of colorful eyeballs increased rapidly. In a few breaths of time, they went from dozens to hundreds, and soon, there were thousands of them. After dozens of breaths of time, there were millions of colorful eyeballs. They were filled with gray-white light, not only on the surface of the light, but also inside the light. There were eyeballs flickering. It's effective. Fan Yuan was overjoyed, but his expression did not change. Tang Fangming could not sense the fluctuations in his heart. The colorful eyeballs continued to flicker. Fan Yuan's red date immortal essence was expended at a terrifying rate. Providence in Thieving Heaven's dream realm was also destroyed. The colorful eyeballs blinked a few times before vanishing, but at the same time, new eyeballs appeared. Providence was rapidly destroyed. After a while, there was no longer a trace of Providence left in the gray-white light. At this time, the gray-white light continued to expand. The colorful eyeballs moved rapidly, attacking from behind. This time, Fan Yuan used Heaven's Will Dissipation for 3 days and 3 nights. Eventually, there was no longer any Providence left in Thieving Heaven's dream realm. Fan Yuan continued to use the killer move, causing the surface of Thieving Heaven's dream realm to be covered in a layer of gray-white light. This way, as long as Providence continued to erode, colorful eyeballs would appear in the gray-white light and destroy Providence. At this point, Thieving Heaven's dream realm was safe. Chapter 1501. Genius 1 second. Remember, if you want to go? TalkNet, providing you with exciting novels to read. Ingwu Xie He Lulan, White Rabbit, and Fairy Miao Yin all came out of Fan Yuan's sovereign immortal aperture. Love Go Small Say Netku. Next, I will explore the dream realm personally. Fan Yuan turned around and said to Tang Fangming. Tang Fangming's heart shook. He understood the meaning behind Fan Yuan's words. He smiled bitterly. Fairies, please follow me. This immortal goo formation protected Thieving Heaven's dream realm. It was originally controlled by Tang Fangming. But next, Tang Fangming gave up a portion of his authority to the Shadow Sect Goo Immortals, letting them control this immortal formation together with him. This was one of the contents of the alliance agreement between Fan Yuan and Tang Clan. When Fan Yuan explored the dream realm, his soul would leave and enter the dream realm. His body would lack protection. At this time, it would naturally be dangerous. Thus, Fan Yuan brought out the Shadow Sect Goo Immortals. They would protect Fan Yuan when the time came. This immortal goo formation could not be left to outsiders. Thus, the Shadow Sect Goo Immortals interfered and divided the control of this immortal formation. This way, be it the Shadow Sect members or Tang Clan, they could keep each other in check. It would be hard for either side to do anything to Fan Yuan's body. Fan Yuan's way of doing things was flawless. After the immortal formation fell into Shadow Sect's control, he left his main body's soul and entered Thieving Heaven's dream realm. Tang Fengming's eyes did not blink as he watched with rapt attention. This is the truly crucial method! His breathing had even quickened, and his mind was filled with the desire to find out the truth. But just by looking at it, how could she see the crucial technique of Fan Yuan's dream path exploration? Where is this? Fan Yuan entered the dream, his vision changed. Love goes small say Netka. He discovered that he had transformed into a young boy and was living in a shabby tent. The furnishings in the tent were very simple, with only a tattered blanket. As the wind blew, the tent made a whistling sound, and a chill poured into the tent. Fan Yuan's gaze involuntarily shifted, and he saw a hole in the corner of the tent. Even the tent was broken. What a despicable fellow! Not only did he beat me up, he even tore open my tent! The youth that Fan Yuan had transformed into gritted his teeth as he angrily muttered to himself. Then, the young man lowered his head and checked the injuries on his body. As a result, Fan Yuan shifted his gaze and saw the ragged clothes on himself. He was very poor and his chest and arms were bruised. The youth stretched out his hand and touched a few of the wounds. Waves of pain were transmitted to Fan Yuan's heart. To think that I, the great Ben Jizan, somehow came to this world, grew up again, and actually fell to the point of being bullied and humiliated by a bunch of youths. That's enough. This world is too much. People control goo worms to obtain all kinds of strange powers. It's like a nightmare. Sigh. If it was really a dream, why have I not woken up after more than 10 years? Fan Yuan heard the young man muttering to himself, and his heart shook. He knew many secrets. Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable was an otherworldly demon. He had transmigrated from another world like him. Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable's original name is Ben Jizan. This means that I have temporarily transformed into Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable after entering the dream. But he is still a mortal youngster now. He has not started his goo cultivation journey. Fan Yuan immediately understood. At this time, young Thieving Heaven muttered to himself. But fortunately, tonight is the day the tribe opens the sacred land. As long as I enter the sacred land, I will be able to open my aperture and cultivate, grasping the power of a goo master. Sigh. I hope this power can allow me to leave this place and return to my homeland again. Young Thieving Heaven said this as he endured the pain, gritting his teeth as he stood up and walked out of the tent's curtains. Fan Yuan was like a will that was attached to young Thieving Heaven. He could only watch from the side and could not manipulate young Thieving Heaven. This situation was rare even for Fan Yuan. After trying all his methods but to no avail, Fan Yuan could only continue to watch from the side and let the dream realm develop. Young Thieving Heaven left his tent and went outside. Immediately, a map of an oasis under the moon entered Fan Yuan's vision. Under the night sky, the full moon hung high in the sky. Its pure white moonlight shrouded the entire oasis. This oasis was very small. There was a pond at the center and many tents were stationed around the pond. These tents were of different sizes and colors. Most were gray and white, while a few were yellow, gold, and purple. These colored tents were generally very big, showing the superior social status of the tent owner. Young Thieving Heaven looked around in envy before turning around to look at his own tent. His tent was small and ugly. Black stains covered the surface of the tent. There were even holes that let in the cold wind of the night. Young Thieving Heaven frowned, a proud look flashing in his eyes as he snorted. After tonight, I will no longer need to stay in such a shabby place. With that, he lifted his feet and walked towards the center of the tent. Along the way, youngsters came out of their tents from time to time. They had solemn expressions, not daring to speak a word. Tonight was the most important, most solemn, and most sacred moment of their lives. According to Western Desert's customs, the youngsters had to be respectful and speak sparingly. If anyone spoke too much, or cried, they would lose their composure and would be severely punished by the clan. In serious cases, they might even be exiled. Once they were exiled, mortal youths would basically die. The severity of the punishment could be seen clearly. More and more youngsters walked towards the center of the oasis, gradually forming a stream of people. Along the way, young Thieving Heaven naturally met the people of the same age who were beating him up. Fan Yuan looked over and saw that they were all tall and strong. Their physiques were much larger than the surrounding youngsters. Their clothes were also very expensive, showing that their backgrounds were not ordinary. These people also saw young thieving heaven. Although they did not dare to speak, their fierce and provocative gazes were unmistakable. Young thieving heaven snorted without fear. Both sides walked while glaring at each other, arriving at the pond at the center of the oasis. Beside the pond were dense reeds. The white reeds were blooming with flowers, swaying leisurely in the night wind. The moonlight was like clear water sprinkling down. Wild hope goo were among the reeds, flickering constantly. There were a lot of them. This not only made Fan Yuan recall the scene of awakening his aperture on Qingmao Mountain. Although Western Desert's customs were different from southern borders, they were essentially using hope goo to awaken their apertures. They could be said to be mostly similar. One by one, the youngsters walked into the reed thicket, startling wild hope goo into the air. They opened their apertures one after another, each with their own worries and sorrows. For most mortals, the aptitude of their aperture was related to their lifetime achievements. But different from southern borders' lively atmosphere, Western Desert's atmosphere was quite solemn from start to finish. Even if someone was feeling great sorrow or joy, they had to forcefully restrain themselves, making their faces twist and tears flow silently, forcing themselves not to make a sound. Soon, it was young thieving heaven's turn. He was already impatient. The moment he was allowed, he immediately rushed into the reeds. However, the aptitude that he tested was the worst, the 4th grade. D-grade aptitude goo masters could only store 20 to 30% of their primeval essence in their aperture. Most goo masters could only have rank 1 cultivation. Very few could reach rank 2. Goo masters with this kind of aptitude simply had no potential or future. D-grade aptitude goo masters could basically be determined to be at the bottom of the goo master world for the rest of their lives. How can this be? How can I have D-grade aptitude? Young thieving heaven shouted on the spot. Shut up! The clan's goo master who was monitoring the situation immediately moved, capturing young thieving heaven and sealing his mouth. Young thieving heaven struggled with all his might. The clan's goo master snorted coldly and chopped with his palm. Young thieving heaven immediately fainted. Fan Yuan's vision also fell into darkness. He found that he could not do anything. Even unraveled dream had no effect. The larger the dream realm, the stronger the binding force. However, unraveled dream has no effect. It should be because this dream realm I am in is rather special. Fan Yuan guessed inwardly. He tried for a while, but there was no effect. He could only wait patiently. Chapter 1502. Genius 1 second. Remember love? Go? Speak net, providing you with wonderful novels to read. It was a vast expanse of darkness. Fan Yuan's soul was suffering in the darkness. This darkness actually had an extraordinary melting power against his soul. This was something Fan Yuan had never encountered when exploring dream realms before. Fortunately, Fan Yuan's soul foundation was already extraordinary. It was at the level of 10 million man's soul. He could completely endure the melting of the dream realm's soul. Time in the dream realm was hard to calculate. Fan Yuan felt like he had waited for a long time before he saw a white speck of light appear in the vast darkness. The speck of light extended into a white ray of light. The ray of light was pulled apart. The light burst out and filled Fan Yuan's vision. Young thieving heaven gradually woke up. It turned out that the white ray of light was the scorching sunlight. Young thieving heaven quickly covered his eyes with his palms. Why am I here? He soon found that he was lying on the desert. Night had passed, it was noon now. Young thieving heaven's doubts did not continue, because soon, he obtained a piece of information from his mind. This information was left behind by a goo master in the tribe. The content was, young thieving heaven violated the tribe rules in the sacred scripture. He was exiled as punishment. But because he was young and ignorant, as long as he could stay in this desert for 3 days and 3 nights, then rush back to the tribe's habitat, he would be accepted by the tribe again and continue living. Damn it! After understanding, young thieving heaven cursed, spittle flying everywhere. I only complained a little and you chased me out. This is child abuse, disregarding human life. You scoundrels! I curse all of you. Young thieving heaven raised his middle finger, but found that he did not know where to point it. He did not know the direction of the tribe's habitat, he did not know anything. This discovery immediately made young thieving Heaven feel discouraged. He slumped onto the sand. What should I do? Although I just became a goo master, I don't have a single goo worm. I don't even have a water bag or food. Once night falls, I will freeze to death without warm clothes or a tent to shelter me from the wind. No, I must survive. Survive in this damned world, then find a way to go home. Young thieving Heaven gritted his teeth, his eyes burning with flames. At the same time, Fan Yuan felt his body relax, as if an invisible shackle had suddenly disappeared. He moved his limbs, young thieving Heaven also moved his limbs. Oh? You can control it now? It seems that they want me to replace young thieving Heaven and survive in this desert. Fan Yuan immediately understood. Fan Yuan had many experiences of struggling to survive in desperate situations, but at this moment, he was also in a dilemma. There was only one reason. The cleverest housewife couldn't cook without rice. Young thieving Heaven had nothing on him, only 20 to 30% of his green copper primeval essence, and not a single mortal goo. It was harder than ascending to the heavens for him to survive in the desert. For the race to exile him like this, it's like they want him to die. No, more accurately, he is looking down on this goo master. Normally speaking, every goo master should be treasured. But when Fan Yuan thought about the scene he had seen earlier, he found the reason. The tribe that thieving Heaven lived in during his childhood was not strong and did not occupy many resources. Thus, even if they have goo master seeds, they need to nurture the best. Fan Yuan smiled bitterly. He found that this was of no help to the difficulty he was about to face. He looked around. It was a boundless desert. There was not even a trace of greenery. Immortal killer move. Unravel dream. Fan Yuan used his method, but after waiting for a long time, there was no effect. This trump card that had helped Fan Yuan many times and could be said to have been successful was actually being restricted in thieving Heaven's dream realm. Fan Yuan heaved a heavy sigh. It seems I can only gamble on my luck. He casually chose a direction and started to move. A day and a half later in the dream, Fan Yuan did not encounter anything and died of thirst along the way. This time, Fan Yuan's soul was heavily injured. He was forced to leave the dream realm. He failed to explore the dream realm, his soul was heavily injured and returned to the sovereign immortal body. Fan Yuan's vision turned dark. He quickly used Guts Goo to heal his soul. Guts Goo! Tang Fongming, who was at the side, immediately showed an envious expression. He looked on anxiously as Fan Yuan used Guts Goo after Guts Goo, quickly recovering his soul. Guts Goo were the best supplementary goo worm for exploring dream realms. Fan Yuan regrouped and left his soul, entering thieving Heaven's dream realm. He arrived at the desert in the dream again. Fan Yuan heaved a sigh, choosing the opposite direction from before and trying to move forward. After walking for a day, there was still nothing. Fan Yuan was tired and thirsty. His body was reaching its limit. If thieving Heaven encountered the same situation as me in history, he would not be able to survive on his own. He would have to rely on external help, that is, fortuitous encounters. This means that there is a direction here where I can encounter fortuitous encounters. But my luck was not good. I did not encounter any. This round also seems to test the explorer's luck. Unfortunately, my luck path methods are useless in the dream realm. Unless I combine dream path and luck path and research a dream luck type killer move or immortal goo, it will not have any effect. Fan Yuan continued to analyze. His second exploration also ended in failure. After resting, he continued for the third time. This time, he chose a different direction. Not long after, he came across a pit. This was a pit of quicksand. Fan Yuan was trapped inside and could not get out. I'm going to die again? Fan Yuan was depressed. He could only watch as the quicksand swallowed him. But out of his expectations, when the quicksand was about to reach his head, the quicksand suddenly spurted out like a fountain, sending Fan Yuan flying into the sky. After Fan Yuan landed, the quicksand pit had turned into a round hole. Cold air was constantly spurting out. The cold air was very comfortable. It was like a cool breeze. There's hope! Fan Yuan quickly got close to the edge of the round hole. Soon, he saw flying fishes that looked like they were made of silver flew out from the cold air. These were not small fishes, they were mortal goo, cool wind. Fan Yuan quickly made a move, wanting to subdue these mortal goo. But cool wind goo was extremely fast, it ignored Fan Yuan. At the edge of the round hole, cold air spurted out, pushing Fan Yuan away. Fan Yuan had little strength, he was hungry, he could not get close to the edge of the round hole and touch these cool wind goo. But Fan Yuan was not discouraged, he waited patiently. Not long after, he found a chance. A cool wind goo seemed to have been injured when it collided with its companions. It fell to the ground and escaped from the cold air, leaving the edge of the round hole. Fan Yuan quickly pounced and grabbed this cool wind goo. But in his excitement, he pinched it to death. Fan Yuan was speechless, he could only wait again. Soon, he found another chance, this time, 2 cool wind goo fell. But before Fan Yuan could catch them, they flew up again, fusing into the cold wind. Fan Yuan sighed, he suddenly had a flash of inspiration. What if I use Unravel Dream again at this time? He used Unravel Dream again, and almost at the next moment, he saw an effect, a cool wind goo fell. Fan Yuan picked it up, but before he could refine it, a second cool wind goo fell. It was heavily injured, it flapped its fins but could not fly up. Fan Yuan leisurely caught them and spent some effort to refine these 2 cool wind goo. When the cool wind disappeared, this group of wild cool wind goo flew into the sky, leaving Fan Yuan's vision. Fan Yuan already had 5 cool wind goo in his aperture. I finally have some methods. Although it did not solve the problem of survival, this was undoubtedly a good sign. Most importantly, this quicksand pit showed that Fan Yuan's choice was correct. There was also a discovery that raised Fan Yuan's morale. Unravel Dream was not ineffective. It only had to be used in the right place in this thieving heaven dream realm to have any effect. Fan Yuan followed this quicksand pit and continued to move forward. Not long ago, he encountered an oasis. There was a well in the oasis, there was a group of wild beasts guarding the well, and the leader of the wild beasts had a mortal goo on it. Fan Yuan was energized, he relied on the 5 cool wind goo to fight with these wild beasts. Eventually, he used the terrain and tricks to exterminate these wild beasts, he even subdued the wild goo worm on the leader of the wild beasts. This was a poison path goo worm, it was in the shape of a scorpion. The battle was over, Fan Yuan quickly went to the well, the result was disappointing, this was a dry well. But it did not matter, the corpses of these wild beasts were precious food. Fan Yuan drank the blood of the wild beasts, and ate a few pieces of meat to fill his stomach. Next, he collected the stomach pouches of the wild beasts, and tried to collect as much blood as possible. He also tore out many pieces of the wild beast's flesh, and used the intestines of the wild beasts to tie them to his body. At this time, night had already descended in the dream realm, the temperature of the desert was falling rapidly. Fan Yuan had a countermeasure, he was not flustered. He first held the beast's skin and bones in his hands, then he went to the mouth of the dry well and built up the beast's bones, before using the beast's skin to cover them. These beast skins also had greasy fat on them, they were quite warm. After arranging the beast's bones and beast's skin, Fan Yuan carefully entered the dry well through the hole that he intentionally left behind. He used his feet to support himself on both sides of the well walls to prevent his body from falling. Then, he pulled the animal's skin at the mouth of the well and completely covered the hole. Next, he slowly descended to the bottom of the well. After reaching the bottom of the well, Fan Yuan had planned to stay here for the night, but he had an unexpected discovery. It turned out that there was a small hole at the bottom of the well, there seemed to be a whole new world inside. Looking at the edges of this small hole, it was clearly man-made. Fan Yuan's heart shook. He quickly moved young thieving heaven's body into this small hole. Following this small hole, after walking for 50 to 60 steps, Fan Yuan arrived at an underground space the size of a house. This space was very simple, but there were pots and pans made of mud, as well as a dark spring. The spring was very small, but it contained clear underground water. There was also a withered corpse lying on the ground. Could this be the true fortuitous encounter of thieving heaven demon venerable when he was young? Chapter 1503. Genius 1 second remember love yo 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 go? Speak net, providing you with exciting novels to read. After carefully inspecting it, Fan Yuan did not find any traps. He slowly approached the dried corpse. When he was about 5 or 6 steps away from the dried corpse, something strange happened. Fan Yuan could not help but curse internally, because he lost control of young thieving heaven again, becoming a bystander again. Young thieving heaven muttered, "This person was trapped at the bottom of the well. Was he surrounded by those wild beasts and could not escape?" Next, he went to the corpse and observed a moment of silence before starting to search the corpse. Nothing unexpected happened. The corpse was very ordinary and did not have any traps. While searching the corpse, young thieving heaven found that this corpse should have been a Gu master when he was alive, and his rank was not low, having a noble status. He did not leave any Gu worms behind, but there was a sheepskin map sewn into the lining of his clothes. Young thieving heaven did not have any gains, except for this sheepskin map. In this underground cave, the light was very dim. Young thieving heaven could only see blurry lines on the map. He kept the map and carefully searched the surroundings, but did not find anything else. But young thieving heaven was already very satisfied, because this place had the most precious water source in the desert. He was very careful, first inspecting the water quality, and after finding there was no problem, he carefully drank a mouthful. This water came from deep underground. It seemed that the corpse had spent a lot of effort to dig it up. Young thieving heaven drank a mouthful of water and immediately felt a cool and refreshing feeling. The bloody taste in his mouth from drinking blood also faded a lot. Young thieving heaven's throat moved. This mouthful of water evoked a strong impulse in his heart. He immediately bent down and buried his face in the dark spring. Gulp gulp, after drinking several mouthfuls, he suddenly raised his head, water droplets splashing everywhere. Sitting on the ground, young thieving heaven did not speak. He placed his hands on the ground and closed his eyes. After a long while, he sighed in satisfaction. After resting for a while, he wiped the water off his face and stood up, returning to the bottom of the dry well. Young thieving heaven shuddered. The bottom of the dry well was much colder than that underground cave. But young thieving heaven had a reason to come here. He looked up at the mouth of the well. Although he had covered it with a few layers of animal skins, the night wind was very strong and had blown away most of the animal skins, revealing a huge hole. From the cave entrance, young thieving heaven could see the stars hanging in the sky in the pitch-black night sky. He sighed and took out some animal skins and wood from his body. Very quickly, he built the embryonic form of a bonfire. After that, he drilled wood to make a fire, and after 10 minutes of hard work, he successfully lit the bonfire. There was not much smoke. It floated along the well. The warmth brought by the fire gradually expelled young thieving heaven's coldness. Young thieving heaven first roasted a few pieces of beast meat and swallowed them after they were cooked. After eating the cooked food, the feeling of fullness made him feel sleepy. But young thieving heaven suppressed his sleepiness and looked at the sheepskin map he had just obtained under the weak light of the fire. It seems like this sheepskin map has a long history. Isn't the main point of the place it's describing the small oasis where my clan lives? Young thieving heaven was shocked. On this sheepskin map, the small oasis was marked with several lines of western desert words beside it. The words were small, and because of the passage of time, most of them were blurred. Only the first few words were fragmented and the clearest. Young thieving heaven barely recognized them and read them out. Immortal graveyard, ominous, curse, strange. After pondering for a long time, he could not find any more clues. His brows furrowed. I have already been in this world for more than 10 years. I have heard the stories of immortals from the elders of my clan. But these are all legends. Are there really immortals in this world? This does not seem impossible. Looking at Gu Masters, this world is very strange and mysterious. Anything can exist. Immortal graveyard, don't tell me an immortal is buried in my home? But why is there a curse? Why is it ominous? Also, this sheepskin map is very strange. In this world, there are information path goo worms that can record maps and store information. That corpse should have been a powerful goo master when he was alive. Why did he not use a goo worm to record this map, but instead use this sheepskin map? This sheepskin map was sewn into the lining of his clothes. If not for his clothes being tattered and rotten, I would not have found it. He kept it so carefully. This sheepskin map should be very important. But this is too unsafe. It is far safer to record the map in an information path goo worm. Young Thieving Heaven muttered, his eyes flickering with a contemplative light. Fan Yuan had been observing from the side. He had already thought of young Thieving Heaven's doubts. These were all suspicious points, especially the existence of the sheepskin map. Let's not care about this for now. This sheepskin map also shows the location of this dry well. I will be able to return to the tribe by following this map. Even though young Thieving Heaven did not have any sense of belonging to this tribe, he understood that it was impossible for him to live alone in this vast desert. Not to mention the dangers lurking everywhere in the desert, no one knew when the threat of life and death would suddenly strike. Just in terms of food, young Thieving Heaven had limited food. This small oasis foundation was too weak. His eyelids were as heavy as a mountain. Young Thieving Heaven's vision quickly turned blurry as he fell into a deep sleep. He was simply too tired. Not only was his body exhausted, but his mind was also full of ups and downs. Once he fell asleep, Fan Yuan's vision was filled with darkness. In this darkness, Fan Yuan felt that the power of the dream realm's melting had increased by several times. His soul was rapidly melting again. Fortunately, Fan Yuan already had the previous experience. He endured it silently, and patiently waited for the darkness to disappear. The duration of the dream realm could not be estimated. After the darkness faded, Fan Yuan's soul foundation was reduced by half. His vision became clear again. Fan Yuan was shocked to find that young Thieving Heaven was tied up and lying at the bottom of the dry well. And in front of him stood an elderly goo master with a gloomy expression. This old goo master's face was full of wrinkles. His hair was completely white. He was already very old. But right now, he was holding that strange sheepskin map in his skinny hands. He was constantly caressing this sheepskin map, his gaze revealing a complex emotion of fanaticism, deep affection, greed, and so on. This gaze made young Thieving Heaven's scalp tingle. He felt that he had met a pervert. "Who are you? Why did you tie me up?" young Thieving Heaven asked. He felt very wrong. He was tied up the moment he woke up, becoming a prisoner. "You should be glad that I, Sha Xiao, did not kill you. You are still alive." The old man spoke. His voice was hoarse and unpleasant to hear. He carefully put away the sheepskin map and looked at young Thieving Heaven. "Lad, you are a member of Eda tribe?" Young Thieving Heaven did not speak. Because he instantly understood one thing. The elderly goo master definitely knew the value and secret of this sheepskin map. The reason why he did not kill him, and instead tied him up, was probably to make use of him. The elderly goo master saw that young Thieving Heaven did not respond. His expression darkened even more. He took a few light steps forward, silently standing in front of young Thieving Heaven like a phantom. "Lad, don't think I don't know what you are thinking just because you don't speak. Heh, you probably have not heard of me, Sha Xiao, but now, I will let you have a taste of my power." The elderly goo master smiled sinisterly. He suddenly raised his foot and kicked fiercely. The tip of his foot hit young Thieving Heaven's heart. The intense pain almost made him faint. Young Thieving Heaven was easily kicked away like a broken sack. He crashed into the wall of the well and fell to the ground with a plop. But the suffering had just begun. Young Thieving Heaven started to scream. Because the elderly goo master's kick was not simple, young Thieving Heaven felt his skin go numb. At the same time, his muscles and organs felt like they were being pierced by countless ice needles. The intense pain was unbearable for young Thieving Heaven. Soon, tears flowed down his face from the pain. His body curled up like a lobster. "Lad, do you know my power now?" The elderly goo master laughed sinisterly. He felt joy in his heart. Young Thieving Heaven's miserable screams gave him a wonderful sense of satisfaction. Chapter 1504. Genius 1 second. Remember, if you want to go? Speak Net, providing you with wonderful novels to read. The more young thieving heaven screamed, the more the elderly Goo Master laughed. But soon, young thieving heaven realized this and began to grit his teeth, not making a sound. Oh? Brat, you still want to resist? The elderly Goo Master saw this and was furious, ruthlessly stomping on young thieving heaven's chest. Crack! Several of young thieving heaven's ribs were broken, the broken bones pierced his heart and lungs, causing him to fall into a state of near death. But from start to finish, he did not make a sound. His teeth were almost crushed, his eyes were wide open in anger, but he did not make any sound. Hee hee hee! The elderly Goo Master laughed from extreme anger, directly using a Goo Master method on young thieving heaven. This time, it was not as simple as intense pain. Young thieving heaven soon felt sore, numb, and itchy. All kinds of sensations assaulted him. He finally could not endure it anymore, letting out a miserable howl. His 4 limbs struggled fiercely, his fingers scratching his skin crazily as he rolled on the ground. The elderly Goo Master laughed heartily. Have you suffered enough? You dare to resist me, Sha Shao, humph, even if your pride is made of iron, you have to kneel down. Beg for mercy. As long as you call me Grandpa Sha, Grandpa will spare you, grandson, ahahaha. But young thieving heaven's heart was filled with anger. Sha Zhao's words stimulated his courage. He inwardly swore that even if he died of itchiness, pain, or numbness, he would not beg for mercy. Sha Shao waited for a moment, only to see young thieving heaven rolling on the ground, his fingers scratching his clothes and skin. His voice changed in pain, but he did not beg for mercy. Eventually, young thieving heaven could not endure it anymore. An ominous light flashed in his eyes as he slammed his head against the wall of the well. He actually wants to die! Sha Shao was shocked, quickly stopping him. Young thieving heaven was not strong enough, he could only be manipulated by Sha Shao. Sha Shao not only saved him, but also healed him. Soon, his heavy injuries turned into light injuries. Kid, you've got guts. This old man can't help but admire you. Sha Shao changed his tone and his eyes shone with a green light. He looked at young thieving heaven who was lying on the ground, speaking in a low voice. But if you die, what about your family? This old man will definitely not grieve, but what about your parents? Where are your brothers and sisters? Hee, do you have a girl you love? Does she know how you feel about her? If you die, what will happen to her? Young thieving heaven's expression changed when he heard this. Love goes small say Netke. He had lived in this world for more than 10 years, but in the end, he was still a wanderer with no worries. But in the original world, he had a family, parents, and a beloved fiancée. I can't die. I want to live. I want to find a way to leave this world and go home. There is someone waiting for me there. Sha Shao was astute, seeing young thieving heaven's expression change, his lips curled up. Young thieving heaven fearlessly looked at Sha Shao. The reason you did not kill me is because you want to make use of me. Tell me, what do you want me to do? Sha Shao laughed heartily and gave young thieving heaven a thumbs up. Kid, you have guts, you actually dare to speak to me like this. The moment he said that, Sha Zhao's expression changed, the maniacal smile on his face disappeared and was replaced by distorted anger. He fiercely kicked young thieving heaven's face, sending him flying. Then, he pointed with a finger. A strange light shot out and hit young thieving heaven's body. Chi chi chi, a series of soft sounds reverberated at the bottom of this dry well. Young thieving heaven's expression changed, feeling intense pain all over his body. He tried to stand up but had no strength, he could only sit on the ground. His face was covered in blood, his nose bridge had been broken by Sha Zhao's kick. Young thieving heaven's vision turned dark, he almost fainted from the pain. He looked at his palm with the corner of his eyes and was shocked. He found that his palm was festering as if it was corroded by a strong acid. In fact, not only his hands, but his face, his arms, his neck, and his body were all rotting. Soon, young thieving heaven's eyes were also corroded, he lost his vision. Sha Zhao's sinister voice resounded. You think I can't live without you? It is your fortune that I am using you. You actually dared to have such an attitude towards me, so what if you die, At most I will just find another person to teach you. Ha! Now, finally, I will give you one last chance. If you don't want to die, kowtow to me and recognize me as my grandson, obediently listen to my orders. You can slowly think about it, there is no rush. Anyway, you were hit by my killer move, your entire body is rotting. In less than a dozen breaths of time, your entire body will rot away, but your bones will remain. At that time, I will step on you a few more times. I want to see how tough your bones are now. Young Thieving Heaven was silent. Sha Shao said this and no longer spoke. He stared at Young Thieving Heaven with a sinister gaze. The latter was sitting on the ground, motionless like a statue. His muscles were also rotting. A foul stench filled the bottom of the well. The terrifying injuries, the intense pain, and most importantly, the conflict in his heart, made his expression distort. I am the great Ben Jia's son, a noble, a general of 3 armies. How can I kneel and beg for mercy? But if I die here, will my family and lover in the other world wait in vain? Sigh. Young Thieving Heaven sighed inwardly, as heavy as a mountain. He slowly adjusted his posture, going from sitting to kneeling, then his head slowly lowered until his forehead touched the ground of the well. He spoke, his voice was weak and filled with difficulty. I admit defeat. Ha! Sha Shao laughed wildly, his eyes wide open as he stared at Young Thieving Heaven. Then what should you call me? Grandfather. Young Thieving Heaven gritted his teeth, his body trembled as hot tears fell from his rotting eyes. Gagaga, good grandson. Sha Shao was proud of himself, his voice was sharp like a crow's cry in a graveyard during autumn. Amidst this laughter, Young Thieving Heaven reached his limit and fainted. Fan Yuan fell into absolute darkness once again. The dream realm's intense erosion of the soul again. Fan Yuan endured it with difficulty. His 10 million man soul had already fallen to a 1 million man soul. Exploring this Thieving Heaven's dream realm had too high a requirement for one's soul foundation. If not for Fan Yuan's diligent cultivation and rapid progress in soul path, he would not have the qualifications to explore this place. As time passed, the darkness disappeared and Fan Yuan could see again. The sun was high in the sky. Young Thieving Heaven dragged his extremely weak body as he walked in the desert. The terrifying injuries on his body had already disappeared without a trace. But there were a few new injuries that seemed to be caused by the sharp claws and fangs of wild beasts. Kid, be obedient and go back to the tribe. Help me, your grandfather, find out the truth. Later, Grandpa will lure a few desert wolves for you. If you want to put on a show, you have to go all the way. Grandpa will not help you. If you cannot escape from the wolves, you can only blame yourself. Oh, remember, don't speak carelessly. You were hit by Grandpa's killer move, you have already tasted the feeling of your body rotting. As long as Grandpa wills it, your innards and brain will instantly rot. Be obedient, Grandpa will not mistreat you, good grandson. Sha Shao was nowhere to be seen, but Young Thieving Heaven's ears were echoing with his voice. He had just finished speaking when several desert wolves appeared from the sand dune. These desert wolves had short, thin, yellowish-brown fur. They were not large in size but were very fierce. They targeted Young Thieving Heaven as they charged forward with all 4 limbs, howling. But Young Thieving Heaven did not move. He watched as the distance between him and the desert wolves shrunk. Fan Yuan was feeling strange when he suddenly reacted, cursing internally as he tried to control Young Thieving Heaven. Sure enough, as he expected, he could control this body again. Fan Yuan quickly escaped. At the same time, he scanned with his mind to see what goo worms he had left that he could resist. 1 sandpit goo, 1 chimney smoke goo, and 1 clear water goo. He only had 10% of his green copper primeval essence left. The cool wind goo and other goo that he had painstakingly collected were all gone. It seems that Sha Shao did not want to expose that small oasis and dry well, so he destroyed all the relevant clues on Thieving Heaven. Damn it, clear water goo cannot be used. I can only rely on sandpit goo and chimney smoke goo. Fan Yuan was just thinking when he suddenly felt a gust of wind behind his head. He did not even think and directly pounced to the left. At the next moment, a sand wolf pounced on the spot where Fan Yuan's head was, falling on the hot sand. Fan Yuan also almost fell on the sand. Once he fell, the desert wolves that rushed over would definitely pounce on him, not giving him a chance to get up. At the moment of crisis, Fan Yuan pushed his arms on the sand and used all his strength to rush forward, then forcefully dragged his extremely weak body. While rushing forward, he struggled to adjust his balance and continued to run. In just a few steps, the second desert wolf caught up to Fan Yuan. Fan Yuan quickly activated Sandpit Goo. This rank 1 goo consumed 5% of his green copper primeval essence, instantly forming a pit in the desert. The second desert wolf had just used its front limbs to pounce on Fan Yuan's back, but it did not expect a sandpit to appear, causing it to step on empty air. Because it used too much strength, this desert wolf instantly lost its balance and fell flat on its face. However, the third desert wolf followed closely behind and leaped into the air. This desert wolf was very crafty, moreover it had a wild goo on its body. Its movements were completely silent. Fan Yuan did not have time to look back, but he saw a shadow in the desert. The third desert wolf's shadow was pouncing towards his shadow's head. Fan Yuan gritted his teeth. Activating goo worms would not be effective at this time, and he had no time to dodge. His deep battle experience helped Fan Yuan at this moment, allowing him to make the wisest choice. Dodge. Although he could not dodge, he had to dodge. While dodging, Fan Yuan purposely sent his right shoulder forward. Puff! The third desert wolf pounced on Fan Yuan, its sharp claws scratching Fan Yuan's right shoulder, tearing off a few pieces of flesh. But Fan Yuan continued to run, not stopping because of his injuries. At this time, the first and second desert wolves recovered and chased after him again. At the moment of crisis, Fan Yuan poured all his primeval essence into the chimney smoke goo. This goo worm was originally used to smoke food, but now that Fan Yuan used it in an emergency, it produced a miraculous effect. The thick smoke obscured the eyes and noses of the 3 desert wolves, and Fan Yuan took the chance to escape some distance. But he was only struggling at death's door. The 3 desert wolves quickly broke through the smoke and chased after Fan Yuan again. Am I going to fail? This difficulty is too high. Fan Yuan was already at his wit's end, but right at this time, a lightning chain brushed past Fan Yuan's face and hit the 3 desert wolves, instantly roasting them. Someone from the tribe! Fan Yuan recognized it and was overjoyed. But at the next moment, young thieving heaven reached his limits and fainted again. The expected darkness did not appear. Fan Yuan unexpectedly found his soul floating in the air. He had already left the dream realm. More accurately speaking, this thieving heaven dream realm that had shrouded his soul had already dissipated. So that's it, I successfully explored the first stage of the dream realm. Fan Yuan was dazed for a moment before coming to a realization. Amazing, my theft path attainment level has directly risen to Grand Master level. At the next moment, Fan Yuan was overjoyed. Although his soul foundation had fallen greatly, his gains were equally huge. As expected of Thieving Heaven's dream realm, just the first stage had given Fan Yuan Theft Path Grand Master attainment level. Chapter 1505. Inside the Immortal Goo formation, Fan Yuan was sitting cross-legged in the air with his eyes closed, cultivating. He Lulan and the rest, along with Tang Fangming, were controlling this immortal formation. Fan Yuan evaluated the gains and losses in his mind. The first time I explored Thieving Heaven's dream realm, I had huge gains. Not only did I test Heaven's Will Dissipation Killer move and obtain great results, I even raised my Theft Path attainment level to Grand Master. However, I paid a huge price for this. My soul was originally 10 million man soul, but now it has fallen to million man soul. This is a huge loss. I thought I would use Unravel Dream frequently, but to think that it did not help me much in this dream realm. From this dream realm exploration, Fan Yuan understood something. That was, even though he had Unravel Dream, this method was not invincible. Even though Unravel Dream is rarely used and the Immortal Essence expenditure is low, the Guts Goo's expenditure has increased greatly. Thinking of this, Fan Yuan slowly opened his eyes and took out Guts Gu, using them on the spot. So many Guts Gu! Tang Fengming's eyes widened as he showed an expression of envy and desire. He had explored dream realms many times. He knew how outstanding Guts Gu was. He had been searching for Guts Gu bitterly, but they were always in short supply. But now, he saw that Fan Yuan was using Guts Gu casually like he was eating beans. He is the seller of Guts Gu after all. Tang Fengming sighed internally. At the same time, he focused his gaze on Thieving Heaven's dream realm. Thieving Heaven's dream realm was huge like a mountain. It was still emitting an eerie blue light, but a huge area at the foot of the mountain had vanished. This was the result of Fan Yuan successfully passing the first stage of Thieving Heaven's dream realm. Tang Fengming sighed. He had explored and researched this Thieving Heaven's dream realm hundreds or even thousands of times, but his accumulated achievements could not compare to Fan Yuan's one exploration. Tang Fengming was publicly recognized as a pioneer in exploring dream realms. He created many dream path mortal Gu. But now, compared to Fan Yuan's achievements, it paled in comparison. This made Tang Fengming feel ashamed of himself, but it also increased his admiration for Fan Yuan. After a while, Fan Yuan opened his eyes. A glint flashed across his pitch-black eyes. Guts Gu was used without regard for expenditure. Fan Yuan's soul foundation rose to 10 million man soul level again. Originally, he had a 9 million man soul. This time, after being worn down by the dream, his soul rose again, and he faintly felt that it had become more solid. It seems that when the dreamland melts away the soul, it also has a supportive effect on soul cultivation. But if you really look into it, the effect isn't that great. It's far inferior to Luopa Valley. Danghun Mountain and Luopa Valley were the two sacred lands of soul cultivation that Spectral Soul Demon Venerable recommended. They could not be replaced by ordinary existences. But it didn't matter. Fan Yuan had brought Luopa Valley with him to the Western Desert. On this trip, he had first gone to the East Sea and then to the Western Desert. With his astute nature, how could he not make thorough preparations? As for Danghun Mountain, jewel yellow skies can transport Guts Gu. It makes no difference whether I bring it or not. Actually, it was not that Fan Yuan did not want to bring it. It was because the expenditure of heaven and earth chi in his immortal aperture was too intense. Right now, his sovereign immortal aperture had reverse flow river, Luopa Valley, and city well. Every 3 days, he would need to devour a large amount of heaven and earth chi to replenish his expenditure. If he did not replenish it in time, the sovereign immortal aperture's foundation would weaken, causing a decrease in resources, including universe and 2 paths. In severe cases, the sovereign immortal aperture might even shatter. Thieving Heaven's dream realm is extremely difficult to explore. The first stage is already so difficult, the second stage will definitely be even more difficult. With this realization, Fan Yuan decided to raise his soul foundation to a higher level before exploring the dream realm. It was safer this way. Thus, in the following period of time, he focused on cultivating the soul path. Because of the continuous supply of Guts Gu, Fan Yuan's soul foundation rose sharply again. Just as Fan Yuan was cultivating soul path and preparing for the second exploration. Eastern Sea. Qin Yu Zhiqing had already found Qin Yu clan's first supreme elder, asking for help. Zhiqing, it looks like you are determined to stand up for that Qin Bai He. First supreme elder looked at this bloodline junior in front of him. He was quite fond of him, as he sighed. Yes, I have made up my mind. I hope first supreme elder can help me. Qin Yu Zhiqing had a resolute expression. But first supreme elder shook his head. This matter is far from the time for me to make a move. Furthermore, the truth is not clear. Even if I help, I will not be of much help. Qin Yu Zhiqing found it strange. First Supreme Elder was a grand rank 8 Gu immortal. How could he not be of help? However, the words that the First Supreme Elder told him immediately made him realize something. I thank First Supreme Elder for your guidance. I will go seek help now. Qin Yu Zhiqing was overjoyed. Go. First Supreme Elder chuckled as he waved his hand. Qin Yu Zhiqing acted quickly. He immediately left the clan's headquarters and flew towards Nangong tribe's territorial sea. It turned out that Qin Yu clan's first supreme elder had told him that they did not know if Qin Bai He and Yu Chan were alive or dead. They did not know what happened to them. The best thing to do was to find a wisdom path Gu Immortal to investigate the truth. Only by knowing what had happened to them would he be able to accurately find the culprit and exact his revenge. And the most suitable wisdom path Gu Immortal was none other than one of the three wisdom path geniuses, the wisdom path Gu Immortal Huan, who was hiding in Nangong tribe. This person had a close relationship with Yuchan. If something happened to her, he would definitely help. Qin Yu Jiqing heard First Supreme Elder's analysis and agreed. He immediately went to seek help from Huan. But along the way, he met with a rank 6 Gu Immortal from Nangong tribe. This Gu Immortal brought Huan's words. Young Master Jiqing, my clan's Lord Huan already deduced that you would come to find him, so he asked me to come and receive you. He is not far away. Qin Yu Jiqing heard this and was overjoyed. He praised Huan's ability. A moment later the two met. Huan said, To speak the truth, not long ago, Fair Yuchan sought my help, but I was unable to help her. Huan and Qin Yu Jiqing exchanged information. Naturally, their main suspect was Fan Yuan. Because with Yuchan's death, Fan Yuan would benefit the most from selling dragonfish. Of course, they did not have the Celestial Court's guidance. They only knew that the mysterious Gu Immortal who sold dragonfish in jewel yellow skies was the most suspicious and had the motive, but they did not know that this person was Fan Yuan. I have been deducing for the past few days. I am afraid that Yuchan and Qin Bai He are dead. Huan had a heavy expression. This time, I am going to seek help from the other two experts. We will combine our strength and try to deduce the culprit. Huan's words made Qin Yu Jiqing shake his head. No, I believe that the two fairies are still alive. They are not dead. Lord Huan, think about it. The two fairies are rank 7 experts, who could easily kill them. Huan understood Qin Yu Jiqing's feelings and emotions. He nodded in consolation. You are right. Then, he changed the topic and said, How about this? I have a plan. We might as well spread the news of the two fairies' deaths. If they are not dead, they will know that we are looking for them and want to help them. If they are being chased by the culprit, this rumor can confuse the culprit and divert his attention to us. This is a great plan. Qin Yu Jiqing's eyes shined. He clapped and praised. In the blink of an eye, half a month passed. Fan Yuan's soul foundation had risen to 90 million man soul level. He was only half a step away from 100 million man soul. During this period of time, he did not practice any immortal killer moves. He spent most of his time and energy on soul path cultivation. This way, his results were much greater than before. Even though Guts Gu were being expended, not only did it not bring huge profits to Fan Yuan, it was even depleting Fan Yuan's capital. But Fan Yuan's financial situation was turning for the better. The reason for this was the dragonfish business. Fan Yuan killed Yuchan and Qin Bai He. Even if the Celestial Court wanted to stop him, they could not. In the jewel yellow skies market, Fan Yuan was the #1 overlord in terms of the dragonfish business. No one could match him. The dragonfish business was getting more and more popular, especially the silver dragonfish. The prices were rising at an astonishing rate. What is worth noting is that in Eastern Sea, news of Yuchan and Qin Bai He's deaths has already spread. It seems that someone is adding fuel to the fire. Ignore it for now. The main point is thieving Heaven's dream realm. With 90 million man soul, Fan Yuan had a lot of confidence. After resting for a day, he entered the dream realm again to explore thieving Heaven's bewildering dream. Chapter 1506. After resting and making ample preparations, Fan Yuan entered thieving Heaven's dream realm again. The surroundings were noisy. A market was being held around the pond. Western Desert actually had a lot of resources, at least more than Northern Plains. There were large amounts of resources hidden under the desert. There were goo worms and wild beasts. But vegetation was scarce. It was their greatest weakness. Thus, in the market, food such as milk and wine, or goo materials such as beast skins and bones were mainly sold. Only 3 shops sold goo worms. Young Thieving Heaven walked among the crowd, observing the surrounding businesses as he approached the pond at the center of the tribe. Stop! Unauthorized people are not allowed to enter. Lad, get lost. Young Thieving Heaven had just gotten close to the pond when the two guards guarding here immediately reacted, stopping him with words. Young Thieving Heaven had no choice but to pretend to be frightened and quickly leave. He sighed inwardly. The pond is the only source of water in the oasis. It is heavily guarded. Even if there is a market, the guards are lax on the outside but tight on the inside. There is no way to sneak in. At the same time, Sha Zhao's sinister voice resounded in his mind. You have to think of a way to sneak in. Don't forget, there is only over a month left from our agreed time limit. Once the time is up and you do not make any progress, it will be your death. Young Thieving Heaven's pupils shrunk, replying inwardly. Aren't you very strong? Why don't you attack directly or sneak in? Why do you want a weak person like me to spy for you? You are trying to provoke me. How could I fall for your trap? Moreover, you don't know anything. I don't have the patience to explain to you. Grandson, quickly do as Grandpa says, ask less and do more, you can live longer. Sha Zhao said. Young Thieving Heaven was restrained by others. The enemy was strong while he was weak. He did not speak, but his eyes flickered with uncertainty. Earlier, in the dry well, in order to survive and leave behind the hope of returning home, he was forced to submit to Sha Zhao. But he had never truly accepted his fate. A man knows when to yield and when to stand tall. One day, I will find a chance to not only escape the shackles of that old demon Sha Zhao, I will also return all the suffering I suffered to him. For now, I'll endure it for the time being, feigning civility and waiting for an opportunity. In the next few days, young Thieving Heaven tried his best to sneak into the oasis's pond to gather information. But all his attempts had ended in failure. The pond in the oasis was the most important place in the tribe, so it was naturally heavily guarded. Young Thieving Heaven had just advanced to rank 1, he lacked methods. Just when he couldn't find a way out, a piece of news spread among his peers. What, the clan is holding a small competition in half a month, the winner can choose a goo worm from the pond as a reward? Young Thieving Heaven also heard this news. He immediately understood that his chance had come. Moreover, this was his best chance to complete Sha Zhao's mission. I want to participate in the small competition and win, young Thieving Heaven said to Sha Zhao in his mind. Sha Zhao chuckled coldly. Stinking brat, don't think this old man doesn't know what you're planning. You're trying to use this opportunity to increase your strength and accumulate strength so that you can overthrow me in the future, right? Young Thieving Heaven sneered, saying frankly. So what if I am? Who doesn't crave freedom? Good. Sha Zhao didn't take it seriously, and he praised instead. You're quite straightforward. Ha ha. If you call me grandfather, then I'll help you seize victory this time. You. Young Thieving Heaven's expression froze, anger showing in his eyes. What, you're not willing? Think carefully, other than me helping you, with your strength and aptitude, how can you obtain victory in this small competition? Sha Zhao sneered. Young Thieving Heaven's brows were gloomy. I am of noble birth, I have a glorious life, but I actually have to beg for mercy. This is forgetting my ancestors and ruining my Sun tribe's reputation. But if I don't do this, there really won't be any hope. My strength is too weak, the hope of returning home is extremely slim. If I can't even pass this hurdle, there is no need to talk about the future. Damn it! Young Thieving Heaven clenched his fists, falling into extreme hesitation. Previously, although he had called Sha Zhao grandpa, that was during a matter of life and death. At this moment, he was separated from Sha Zhao, the pressure from the outside world was not as great. This made young Thieving Heaven's heart waver. It was a heavy and painful choice. Grandpa! Finally, he chose to give in, squeezing out these two words with difficulty. Ha! Sha Zhao's wild laughter immediately filled young Thieving Heaven's mind. My good grandson, since you called me Grandpa, Grandpa will not let you lose. This is the winning method Grandpa taught you, learn it well and turn it into your own strength. You will definitely obtain victory in this small competition. Sha Zhao had just finished speaking when an enormous amount of information assaulted young Thieving Heaven's mind. Young Thieving Heaven gasped. His expression twisted as he subconsciously hugged his head with both hands. The enormous amount of information assaulted his mind, making him feel extreme pain. His head felt like it was about to explode. The information assault only lasted for a short 9 breaths of time, but to young thieving Heaven, it felt as long as a year. He endured it with difficulty. His whole body was covered in cold sweat, his face was pale like paper, and his whole body was slightly trembling. He was in an extremely sorry state. Sha Zhao's methods were explosive, but the information he transmitted was genuine and of great value. Most of the contents were fist and leg techniques. They were exquisite and concise. There was also a portion of goo recipes, goo worm usage methods, and even a killer move. Mortal killer move, blurred gray eyes. This move was formed from sandpit goo, chimney smoke goo, and clear water goo. It had 8 steps, and once activated successfully, it could spit out a cloud of white ash. When this ash fell into a person's eyes, it could blind them and cover their eyes with white ash. The person hit by it could not use water to clean it, because once it was cleaned, the white ash would burst out with heat and burn the goo master's eyes, eventually turning them blind. This move is so sinister, it is not my style. Young thieving Heaven inspected it carefully. His heart sank and his expression turned unpleasant. Before he transmigrated, he was born in a noble family. He received a good education from a young age. He was upright, and hated evil. Because of this, he transmigrated and became a poor orphan, but he scrupulously abided by the rules and maintained his virtuous conduct for more than 10 years. Even though he had the wisdom of an adult, he was not doing well. The killer move blurred gray eyes needs 3 goo worms, but they are all the goo worms I have. From this, it seems this Sha Xiao had been planning for a long time. He wanted to increase my strength. Humph! Young thieving Heaven did not want to practice the killer move blurred gray eyes for the time being. He put all his energy into fist and leg techniques. He was also a warrior in his previous life. Although he was not good at close combat, he had some foundation. His true battle attainment was deep enough. Thus, there was no obstruction in practicing these fist and leg techniques. It was very smooth sailing. After practicing like this for a few days, young thieving Heaven felt his battle strength rising sharply. The fist and leg techniques in this world are not simple, they are complete moves formed with goo worms. What kind of goo worm there is, what kind of move there is. I had no one to guide me before, that was why I was weak and incompetent. Now that I have this secret manual, I have a 60% chance of winning the clan competition if I cultivate hard. Even if I don't use blurred gray eyes, I can deal with most of my opponents. Young thieving Heaven was quite disgusted with this despicable move. He did not want to use it. He was filled with confidence, and soon arrived at the clan competition. The first time he stepped onto the stage, the people around him did not think highly of him. There were even voices mocking him. His opponent also had an arrogant expression, pointing at his nose. So it is you, trash. If you admit defeat, I won't break your legs. Young thieving Heaven was stunned, standing on the spot motionlessly. The surrounding people laughed loudly. He is terrified, he can't even move. How did he pass the vagrant test in this state? Probably luck. I heard that he was saved from the wolf's mouth by a clan goo master at the critical moment. Under such an atmosphere, young thieving Heaven's opponents looked at him with a hint of disdain. But at the next moment, young thieving Heaven clenched his fists, feeling the strength in his fingers. It is finally my turn to control. Fan Yuan was inwardly joyful. It turned out that young thieving Heaven was dazed because Fan Yuan had gained control and could not react in time. Now that he reacted, he immediately attacked. Mortal killer move, blurred gray eyes. With a whoosh, a large amount of white ash sprayed on his opponent's face. The opponent was caught off guard. He quickly retreated 3 steps and screamed, "Ah! I can't see anything, what is this? Get down!" Fan Yuan took a few large steps, jumping in front of his opponent and kicking. His opponent was directly kicked off the stage. Chapter 1507. Despicable, too despicable, he actually launched a sneak attack. This guy has a despicable nature, he is truly hateful. According to their strength, he is clearly weaker. The surrounding people criticized young thieving Heaven. You! That opponent crawled up from the ground, stuttering in anger as he pointed at the sky, shouting angrily. You are shameless! If you have the guts, let's compete again. But because his eyes were blinded by the killer move, he did not know where Fang Yuan was, so his finger was pointing in the wrong direction. The scene was quite amusing. Fang Yuan sneered. Winner takes all, what is there to compete about? Before he finished speaking, Fang Yuan could not speak anymore. Because he was once again reduced to a spectator, he lost control of this body. Thieving Heaven's dream realm continued. Young Thieving Heaven looked at the surrounding crowd, at the furious opponent below the stage. His face was pale, his body was trembling. Slowly, he lifted his hands. He was shocked. Why? Why did I directly use that killer move, blinding gray eyes? I clearly have the strength to fight him head-on, and then blast him off the stage. But why did I choose to launch a sneak attack? Young Thieving Heaven disliked sneak attacks, he felt it was a shameful thing. Why did he launch a sneak attack? What he liked was a fair and square fight, not playing with those crafty plots and schemes. He did not like it, or more accurately, he disdained doing it. But he did it. Sha Zhao's wild laughter resounded in his mind. Ha ha! This is too funny, too amusing, my good grandson, you really have the style of your grandpa. You clearly haven't practiced this blinding gray eyes before, but you actually learned it without a teacher, you used it too smoothly, the timing of your sneak attack was also very accurate, you immediately won. Very good, very good. Sha Zhao praised repeatedly. Young Thieving Heaven was stunned. That's right, he had never practiced this killer move before. Why did he use it? Why was it so smooth? This is too ridiculous. Young Thieving Heaven roared in his mind. Ha ha ha, my good grandson, let Grandpa tell you the reason. You've always been this kind of person. That's your nature. Don't suppress yourself anymore. Release your true nature. Sha Zhao laughed and added insult to injury. Young Thieving Heaven was deeply shaken, but his eyes shined brightly. No, I did not do this. It's you, isn't it? You're the one who controlled my body. Hee, although this old man has the ability to do so, I have never done it before. All of this is your own choice. You should be very clear about it, Sha Zhao said. No, it must be you. How could I do such a thing? Young Thieving Heaven insisted. Bullshit! Sha Zhao cursed. But this time, Young Thieving Heaven was very persistent. He walked down the stage while arguing. In the eyes of the people around him, however, he was rather self-centered, and paid no heed to the reproaches of the crowd, so that the cursing went up a notch. Fan Yuan, who was once again reduced to a bystander, was shocked. He was the one who took over the battle, but the result had a direct impact on the following dream. Young Thieving Heaven's shock and the change in the surrounding people's attitudes would undoubtedly affect the development and derivation of the dream realm. This was the first time Fang Yuan had encountered such a situation when exploring dream realms. In his previous explorations, although he participated much more than Thieving Heaven's dream realm, the dream realm on the whole did not change. The result of the dream realm was fixed, and the criteria for passing the dream realm was also fixed. But this time, Thieving Heaven's dream realm gave me a feeling of coming back to life. It is not simple at all. According to the type, this dream realm was a realistic dream realm that restored Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable's life experiences. But as Fang Yuan continued to participate, this dream realm would probably deviate from its original form. As these deviations accumulated, would the final outcome of the dream realm be completely different from the original? Fang Yuan sensed this and became even more vigilant. Soon, it was time for the second stage battle. From your appearance, you do not seem to be a despicable person. But in the previous round, did you use a despicable method to plot against my cousin? This time, Young Thieving Heaven's opponent was a young girl who had a heroic air about her. Young Thieving Heaven frowned. He did not want to explain but said in the end, There is a misunderstanding. Misunderstanding? My ass, it was clearly a sneak attack. You still don't admit it? In public, with so many eyes watching, he still wants to deny it. The crowd below the stage clamored angrily. The young girl frowned. I don't care if it is a misunderstanding or not. I want to take revenge for my cousin this time. So not only do I want to defeat you, I want you to taste enough suffering. Come! Saying so, the young girl was about to pounce forward. Wait a moment. Young Thieving Heaven suddenly stretched out a palm. I still have something to say. It is not too late to attack after hearing me out. What do you want to say? Just say it. I will make you lose convincingly. The young girl snorted coldly, stopping her steps. But at this moment, young Thieving Heaven's eyes shone with a dark light as he raised his hand. Mortal killer move, blurred gray eyes. The young girl had her guard up, but the white ash managed to penetrate her defenses and directly covered her eyes. Damn it, oh no! This lad is playing dirty again. Be careful, he is coming, quickly defend! The crowd shouted at the top of their lungs. But young Thieving Heaven had already gotten close to the young girl and was about to kick her off the stage. The young girl's battle experience was not bad, even though she could not see. Her ears moved and she could hear the wind to determine the location. I can't see anyone now. It will be extremely disadvantageous if this drags on. I need to end this quickly and secure victory. At this instant, the young girl made a wise decision. She gave a light shout, clenching her fists, and attacking young Thieving Heaven instead of retreating. Whoosh! Fist winds blew, ruffling young Thieving Heaven's hair. This fist force was very powerful. It was clearly secretly using a goo worm. It was not something a mortal body could unleash. If young Thieving Heaven had really wanted to kick earlier, he would not have been able to stop in time and dodge. He would have been hit by these fists, and would have been heavily injured. But at this moment, young Thieving Heaven was not himself. He was being manipulated by Fan Yuan. Fan Yuan's thoughts were deep. He came to kick the young girl on the surface, but it was actually just a trick. On one hand, he was probing the young girl. After all, even though her eyes were blurred, there were still other methods to investigate. The goo world never lacked unimaginable methods. On the other hand, Fan Yuan wanted to make use of the surrounding spectators. These people's shouts and reminders were to mislead the young girl. The young girl's eyes were blurred and she fell into an intense battle. It was very likely that she would not have time to think about this. She would subconsciously feel that the surrounding people's reminders were correct. After all, there were many people around, but the young girl was alone. Humans had a herd mentality. If so many people felt that it was correct, the young girl was likely to feel that it was correct as well. Sure enough, as Fan Yuan expected, the young girl punched with both fists, switching from defense to offense. Fan Yuan chuckled. He calmly retracted his right leg and easily dodged. Then he grabbed the young girl's fist and pulled it to the side. The young girl wanted to win in one go. She used too much force and was used by Fan Yuan instead. Fan Yuan took the chance to raise his knee and stabbed towards the young girl's abdomen like a spear. Bam! With a soft sound, the young girl suffered a heavy injury. Her tightly shut eyes opened due to the pain. Her beautiful and fair face instantly turned red, and blue veins popped up on her forehead. She felt that her stomach, intestines, and organs were twisting together. The pain almost made her stop breathing. But before she could taste this intense pain again, Fan Yuan chopped at the back of the young girl's neck. In an instant, the young girl fainted from Fan Yuan's attack. Plop, she fell to the ground, motionless. Fan Yuan won. The surrounding people were silent for a moment before erupting into an uproar. Despicable, too despicable. He actually won like this. He is too shameless. Too shameless. His pitiful opponent is innocent. She was clearly stronger but fell for his trick. The spectators were furious and disdainful towards young Thieving Heaven, while feeling pity and regret towards the young girl. The clamor did not stop. What did I do? I did it again? Fan Yuan watched from the side again, and as the person involved, young Thieving Heaven was stunned. Ha ha ha, you did it. Everything was done by you. Sha Shao laughed heartily. I did not do anything. You should have experienced it yourself this time. The entire battle was clearly your choice. No, this is not true. How could I be such a vile person? Young thieving Heaven closed his eyes in pain, his eyelids trembling slightly. You are indeed a vile person, but your grandpa admires you very much, my good grandson. You finished the battle quickly and efficiently, and you swiftly established the victory. Your shamelessness and despicableness are very much like my style in the past. When he spoke up to this point, Sha Sha once again roared with laughter. What the hell is going on? What happened to me? Young thieving Heaven almost shed tears. The sense of glory and values he accumulated in his previous life suffered a severe blow. I have heard of a saying, there is a type of person who has innate fighting talent. When he's in a state of battle, he'll often come up with fantastic ideas and keen intuition. All these factors will allow him to dig out the deepest part of himself and make the choice that best suits his nature, thereby doing his best to win the battle. Xiao Xiao said. Young thieving Heaven. Like this, Young thieving Heaven's path in the small competition continued like this. In each battle, Fan Yuan replaced Young thieving Heaven and took control of the entire battle. Although the later opponents were on guard and vigilant, what kind of person was Fan Yuan? His battle experience could be said to be as vast as the sea. These puny opponents, even a change in expression could let Fan Yuan see through their schemes and thoughts. These victories were easily obtained by Fan Yuan. But for the person involved, Young thieving Heaven, it was an extremely painful process. Am I really such a person in my bones? In my previous life, because I was in a mecha, I did not receive enough stimulation. So when I came to this world and personally participated in the battle, my instincts burst forth. With such a character, I have let down my clan, let down my teacher's teachings, let down my surname. Chapter 1508. Inside the Dream Realm. On the stage, Fan Yuan was controlling Young thieving Heaven's body, engaging in a difficult battle with his opponent. This time, his opponent was a tall and sturdy youngster. His hands were in the shape of palms, lightning flickered as he hacked, shooting towards Fan Yuan. This youngster was one of the hottest contenders for the first place in the clan. If it was an ordinary youngster, he would have been struck by the lightning and trembled, losing control of his bowels, immediately losing the ability to fight. But at this moment, Fan Yuan had the upper hand. With Young thieving Heaven's methods, he could not dodge the lightning attacks. But Fan Yuan's shrewd eyes were closely watching his opponent's every move. When his opponent raised his palm blade, Fan Yuan could deduce the direction of his attack from the changes in his shoulder, expression, and center of gravity. Because of this, Fan Yuan could always dodge the lightning attacks, repeatedly making unimaginable dodging movements. Do you only know how to hide? His opponent roared impatiently. Hee, come and chase me if you have the guts. Come and hit me. Fan Yuan shouted, doing his best to mock his opponent. Sure enough, his opponent was still too young. He immediately became furious and pounced at Fan Yuan again. Come and fight me if you have the guts, you scoundrel! But Fan Yuan kept dodging. The surrounding crowd could not stand it anymore, directly jeering and reprimanding Fan Yuan for being as timid as a mouse. Someone even shouted, The difference in strength is so huge, why aren't you admitting defeat? Despicable guy! But Fan Yuan continued to do as he pleased, turning a deaf ear to them. Although he was dodging, he was actually controlling the rhythm of this battle. His opponent did not have much battle experience. After all, he was too young. He fell into Fan Yuan's trap and was being led away by Fan Yuan without realizing it. The youngster attacked for a long time without success. His primeval essence was mostly expended. He was panting and feeling tired. Good, it's time to counterattack. Fan Yuan finally had the chance and immediately counterattacked. Huh! His opponent finally reacted, but it was too late. Very soon, he was suppressed by Fan Yuan. However, the youth still had some true essence left, and it was difficult for him to resist. Fan Yuan had a bad feeling about this. Young thieving Heaven's aptitude was very poor, only D-grade aptitude. His primeval essence storage was very little. After fighting for so long, the amount of true essence that Fan Yuan was able to control was even less than that of his opponent. I have to finish this quickly. Thinking of this, Fan Yuan immediately roared. Come, silly boy, eat my phlegm first. As he spoke, he opened his mouth and spat a mouthful of saliva at his opponent's face. His opponent's eyes widened. If he were to be spat on his face, how disgusting would that be? The youth quickly dodged. But this was exactly what Fan Yuan wanted. He wanted to force his opponent to dodge in this direction. You go down as well. Fan Yuan stepped on the ground and moved like a nimble cat, appearing in front of his opponent and kicking fiercely. That youth had already raised his arms like a shield, blocking Fan Yuan's kick. But Fan Yuan's strength was extremely strong. He was sent flying and fell off the stage. Fan Yuan thus won. This kid actually won. Is there still justice in this world? So disgusting, he actually spat. This is too rude. Yeah, even if he won, I would still look down on him. He really has no bearing at all. He is simply not fit to be a Gu master. The spectators broke out into heated discussions. The voices of ridicule and criticism towards Fan Yuan gathered into a wave and transmitted to his ears. Fan Yuan, however, lost control of his body at this moment. It was young Thieving Heaven's turn. Young Thieving Heaven personally experienced this battle. It was indeed difficult. It was not easy for him to win. After all, young Thieving Heaven was alone. While his opponents had backgrounds, most of them had parents that were Gu masters, or at least one of them was a Gu master. In this tribal competition, only youngsters who had just become Gu masters could participate. Because these people's foundations were too weak and they were only at the first transition, it was very easy for them to borrow external forces to raise their battle prowess. Thus, those rich second generation and official second generation were more or less loved and guided by their elders. Their battle strength rose by a lot. This was the reason why Fan Yuan's battle was difficult. There was also a second reason. Fan Yuan's battle style was already widely known. His opponents were very vigilant and prepared meticulously in every battle, making it hard for Fan Yuan to attack. Why did I spit? Young Thieving Heaven stood at the center of the stage, almost shedding tears of shame. In his previous life, he had always paid attention to his bearing and demeanor. Spitting on the ground was too uncivilized, he would never do it. But in that battle just now, not only did he do it, he even sat down openly and courageously in front of so many people. How could young Thieving Heaven endure this? How can I be such a person? Is this really the reflection of my innermost self? Young Thieving Heaven fell into deep self-doubt and denial. The surrounding crowd was still ridiculing him. This kid must be overjoyed. He actually let this kind of trash enter the top 8 of the competition. Morals are degenerating day by day. This kind of person should be directly eliminated. But top 8 is the limit. I don't want to see him win again. Young Thieving Heaven. He really wanted to tell everyone that he was really not that kind of person. But he could not say anything, because even he was doubting himself now. He was wavering. The values and sense of honor he had cultivated in his previous life had been bombarded again and again. Now it was beyond recognition. All right, I don't want to advance anymore. If I win this time, I will be in the top 8. I will be able to enter the pond. Young Thieving Heaven was very tired, mentally tired. He did not want to continue fighting. But Fan Yuan had this thought. Top 8, top 4, top 2, all the way to the crown. The rewards obtained by the clan are different, the levels are clear. Even though this is a dream realm, it is not real. But if I help young Thieving Heaven obtain a better ranking, I will undoubtedly obtain better rewards. And these rewards will probably be delayed, allowing young Thieving Heaven in this dream realm to become even stronger. This Thieving Heaven's dream realm was not ordinary. It was alive and did not have a fixed standard. Thus, the stronger young Thieving Heaven was, the greater his influence on the dream realm, and it would be more convenient for Fan Yuan to explore the dream realm. In this exploration of Thieving Heaven's dream realm, Unravel Dream was not effective. It was equivalent to cutting off one of Fan Yuan's arms. Thus, Fan Yuan needed to do his best to increase his chances of success in exploring the dream realm. The second stage of the dream realm is longer than the first stage. I should try and get first place. This is also a test for this kind of dream. Fan Yuan thought for a while before making up his mind. However, even though he had a good idea, the opportunity and time to control young thieving heaven's body were limited. Fan Yuan could only wait patiently for an opportunity. The dream realm continued. Even though young thieving heaven won, he gained infamy and infamy. The external pressure was huge. Other youngsters were actively preparing for the competition and gathering information on their opponents, but young thieving heaven was analyzing himself and examining himself. In fact, he did not dare to face himself. Doubting himself was a very painful thing. This caused young thieving heaven to become thinner and dispirited. Sha Zhao's voice was transmitted. You should refine goo, grandson. Without new goo worms, it will be hard for you to deal with your opponents. You will lose more than you win. Refining mortal goo and refining immortal goo were two completely different concepts. Especially when refining rank 1 goo worms, the success rate was relatively high. I can't directly provide you with anything useful, so I can't give you goo worms either. Only if you refine them yourself will you be able to deceive others and not let them discover me. Sha Xiao added. After saying this, he transferred a large amount of information into young thieving heaven's mind. Young thieving heaven's expression changed when he saw it. No, this goo worm is too sinister. It actually wants to kill infants and seize their souls to use as goo materials. I would never do such a thing that goes against the harmony of the world. Chapter 1509. Sha Xiao gave young thieving heaven a goo recipe, but the latter's expression changed drastically, resolutely refusing to follow the goo recipe. Sha Zhao's eerie voice resounded. Grandson, you don't want to listen to your grandfather? Do you still want to live? Young thieving heaven, however, persisted. Who doesn't want to live? But I have a bottom line in living. This goo recipe is too sinister. I will not follow it. Sha Xiao, didn't you want me to get close to that pond? Now that I have entered the top 8, don't you feel it is a pity to kill me now? Ha! Sha Xiao laughed. It is a pity. Just as he said this, young thieving heaven's pupils shrunk as he felt an intense pain assaulting his whole body. Pain, pain, pain. In an instant, he almost fell down and rolled on the ground. However, he immediately used all of his strength to endure it. He hurriedly ran to a deserted corner and leaned against the wall. He gritted his teeth and endured it again and again. At this time, Sha Zhao's voice resounded. You are just a small chess piece. You really think you can negotiate with me after entering the top 8? Do you have such high value? Humph, who knows how many people want to be my grandson? It is your honor to be able to call me grandfather, do you know that? At this point, Sha Xiao paused and said, Now call me grandpa. Young thieving heaven's expression was distorted. His fists were clenched so tightly that his fingernails were digging into his flesh. His whole body was trembling, cold sweat dripping down his forehead. This was caused by the pain, but also the intense humiliation and anger in his heart that could not be vented. Grandfather. After a long while, young thieving heaven frowned as he spoke with difficulty. Good grandson. Your voice is too soft. Your grandfather is old and could not hear you clearly. Sha Xiao laughed sinisterly. Young thieving heaven immediately felt the pain in his body lessen by a lot. It turned out that Sha Xiao had slowed down his methods. Young thieving heaven's brows were raised, his eyes flickering with the will to die, but he thought of his family and the woman he loved. He took a deep breath and forcefully endured it, calling out, Hello, grandfather! Ha ha ha! As long as my grandson is obedient, grandfather will do anything. Sha Zhao's laughter was filled with pride. Now grandpa wants you to refine goo, can you do it? I can't. Young thieving heaven's face was pale as paper from the pain, but he still persisted in his bottom line. Bastard! Sha Xiao was infuriated and suddenly increased the intensity of his attacks. Young thieving heaven whimpered as he fell down the wall. After torturing young thieving heaven for a while, Sha Xiao felt a headache when he saw that young thieving heaven refused to compromise. Brat, you have quite a sense of justice. What a pity, what a pity! When I saw you fight so decisively, I thought you were a talent that could be molded. I didn't expect you to still not understand the principle of every man for himself. So what if a baby dies? If he didn't die, you would die. If you died, all your wealth and desires would be for naught. Think about it. Young thieving Heaven was already curled up like a shrimp. His whole body was drenched in sweat. He almost fainted from the pain, lying on the ground without a trace of strength. However, the corners of his lips curled up slightly. Sha Shao, you should give up on that idea. I'm different from you. I will never build my happiness on the pain of others. Laughable persistence. There are many things in this world that need to be fought over and slaughtered. If you don't fight and kill, how can you survive? What the hell are you thinking? Sha Zhao's voice was cold and filled with extreme disdain. Think about it again. Why were you exiled by the tribe? Wasn't it because the tribe had too few resources and felt that it was a waste of resources to nurture you, so they used the tribe's rules to openly murder you? Young thieving Heaven's eyes shone brightly. I understand this logic now. But what other people do is their business. If I do it, it is my business. I definitely won't do it. Stubborn fool. Then I will kill you. Sha Shao was furious. He finally reached his limit. But just as he was about to attack, he suddenly froze. My pitiful son, why did you die like this? Young thieving Heaven was lying in a corner when he suddenly heard the cries of the mistress in the house. Then, the noise in the room became noisy again. Some people were crying, while others were scolding the doctor for being useless. Young thieving Heaven and Sha Shao listened carefully for a while and understood the reason. The owner of this house had a newborn baby, but he was congenitally deficient and his life was hanging by a thread. Even though the owner spent a lot of money to invite a rank 3 Gu master, he could not save the baby's life, and finally, the baby died on this day. Kid, you seem to have good luck. This baby is enough to refine Gu. He is already dead. Are you going to collect his corpse to refine Gu? Sha Shao laughed, surging with killing intent. If you don't agree, then die now. At worst, I will just change to another chess piece. Young thieving Heaven was silent for a long time before saying, I agree. That's right. Sha Shao said no more. Young thieving Heaven took a long time to recover before barely standing up. After this matter, young thieving Heaven thoroughly understood that this demon Sha Shao had an extremely unyielding character. He would not go back on his words and could not tolerate any disobedience. In order to return home, young thieving Heaven decided to endure the humiliation. According to the tribe's customs, the small competition was temporarily suspended. The remaining youngsters almost did not leave the house. They received the careful guidance of their elders and sharpened their skills at the last minute. In the next few days, young thieving Heaven also began to collect the Gu materials recorded in the Gu recipe. Although the process of collecting was bumpy, it was finally completed. That baby's corpse was secretly dug out by young thieving Heaven in the middle of the night after the main house buried him. There were still 2 days before the next round of the small competition. On this night, in a remote house with no one around, young thieving Heaven began to refine Gu. This Gu recipe was originally very simple, but Grandpa thought that grandson has too little primeval essence, so I had to add many steps. Grandpa has put in a lot of effort, grandson. You must not fail in this Gu refinement. Sha Zhao's voice resounded. He was going to guide young thieving Heaven. The Gu refinement officially began. Under Sha Zhao's guidance, young thieving Heaven started to process the Gu materials one by one, refining Gu. Because this was indeed his first time refining Gu, young thieving Heaven was extremely unaccustomed at the start. Just using fire to process the Gu materials was the simplest step, but he repeatedly made mistakes. If not for Sha Zhao's timely guidance, young thieving Heaven would have failed long ago. Sha Shao cursed loudly in anger. But as the Gu refinement continued, Sha Zhao's curses became fewer and fewer. This is the former demon venerable's talent? Fan Yuan, who had been watching from the side, was also shocked. Young thieving Heaven displayed his extremely strong talent in Gu refinement. He adapted very quickly. From the initial stumbling, to the middle of the process, he stabilized himself, and then became steady. At the later stages of the Gu refinement, he even showed a trace of calmness and bearing. There are only 4 steps left before your goo worm will be refined. Sha Xiao actually encouraged young thieving heaven. Good grandson, work hard and refine this goo worm, then make me proud in the small competition. Young thieving heaven breathed in deeply, his gaze fixed on the baby corpse in front of him. A trace of resolution flashed in the depths of his eyes. Although this baby did not die in my hands, if I use him to refine goo, how can I bear to do so? In any case, goo refinement is easy to fail. If I fail here, Sha Xiao can't blame me. Child, I have let you down. Even if you die, I won't let you rest in peace. But I really have no choice, this is all I can do. I hope you can burn in this fire, and your soul can ascend to the heavens. If you can reincarnate, please don't come back. This world is very cruel. Thinking this in his heart, young thieving heaven made a wrong step. The fire immediately rose and engulfed the baby corpse. The fire is too strong, quickly reduce it, Sha Xiao said in alarm. I'm working hard. Young thieving heaven pretended to be flustered and immediately took action, but instead made the fire burn even stronger. Chapter 15:10. No, Grandpa, you misunderstood me. I really can't control this fire. Young thieving heaven was still acting. You dared to deceive me, you are simply not putting me in your eyes. So be it, I won't take your life. Let this fire devour you as well. Do you think goo refinement is simple and safe? You purposely failed the goo refinement, you are courting death. Die. This is your persistence. You brought this upon yourself. Sha Xiao sneered again and again. Before he finished speaking, the fire burst out and enveloped young thieving heaven. How can this be? Young thieving heaven wanted to charge out, but there was a huge suction force from the fire that made him stay on the spot, unable to move. Seeing that he was about to die in the fire, Fan Yuan discovered that he could control young thieving heaven's body again. Why do I feel like I am here to clean up young thieving heaven's mess? Fan Yuan felt a little awkward. However, he did not panic. Fan Yuan had already seen the goo recipe that Sha Xiao gave young thieving heaven. This was a rank 1 goo recipe, and Fan Yuan was a refinement path grandmaster, so he could see it clearly and understand the principles of the goo recipe. Although young thieving heaven made a mistake now, in Fan Yuan's eyes, it was not irreversible. Sandpit goo. Fan Yuan controlled young thieving heaven's body and threw out sandpit goo at a certain location in the fire. He did not activate this goo worm, instead he threw it out as a goo material. The goo had a weak body, it immediately attracted the fire and soon turned into a pile of powder. The suction force of the fire decreased greatly. Fan Yuan took the chance to jump and escape. He rolled on the ground and extinguished the remaining flames on his body. His injuries were severe. Young thieving heaven's face, neck, arms, and other places were burned badly, almost beyond recognition. But Fan Yuan did not care about his injuries, he focused all his attention on that fire. Young thieving heaven was not out of danger yet because the goo refinement process had not truly ended. If this flame was allowed to continue burning, it would definitely burn young thieving heaven again. Thus, Fan Yuan activated the chimney smoke goo and let out smoke, wrapping around this basin-sized flame. Layers and layers of smoke enveloped the flames tightly. As the danger gradually decreased, Fan Yuan also felt that his connection with the flames was rapidly weakening. If this continues, we can use smoke to extinguish the fire and stop the goo refinement. Although you will suffer a bit of backlash, you can still keep your life. Fan Yuan had done his best to reach this point. After all, young thieving heaven was too reckless, he wanted to intentionally fail the goo refinement process. This goo refinement instead caused his strength to fall, because he lost the precious sandpit goo. Right at this moment, a sudden change occurred. The smoke was sucked into the heart of the flame. What's going on? Fan Yuan was also caught off guard. But when he saw the baby phantom in the heart of the flame, he immediately understood. There is a huge problem with this baby, it has an extraordinary physique, it is quite strange. The baby was added into the fire as a goo material. Fan Yuan had been observing from the side and did not inspect the baby, so he did not know that there was something strange about the goo material. This change was out of Fan Yuan's expectations. The flames surged again. The baby phantom jumped around in the heart of the flame, pouncing towards young thieving heaven. Oh no, my life is in danger now. Fan Yuan sighed internally. With young thieving heaven's death, his dream realm exploration would definitely fail. Seeing that the flames were about to reach young thieving heaven's body, Fan Yuan suddenly had a flash of inspiration as his mind exploded with inspiration. Got it! He first threw out the chimney smoke goo. Once the chimney smoke goo appeared, it immediately attracted the attention of the baby phantom in the heart of the flame. It chirped and pounced, eating the chimney smoke goo. Taking the chance, Fan Yuan took a few steps back and pulled away from the flames. But soon, the flame heart child chewed the chimney smoke goo and pounced towards Fan Yuan again. Fan Yuan laughed loudly. Come, there is still this clear water goo. The clear water goo was also thrown out. The flame heart child swallowed it again. The flames suddenly extinguished. The clear water goo turned into a lump of green liquid in the heart of the flame. It was not melted by the flames. The red flames also turned into an orange-yellow color, shrouding in a halo. There was no longer any burning aura. It was instead very restrained. The green water and the orange-yellow flames intertwined and floated in the air. Fan Yuan controlled young thieving heaven's body and moved forward instead of retreating, arriving in front of this strange lump of water and fire. Sand pit into powder, solidify foundation and nurture essence. Chimney smoke envelopes, contain fire essence. Once the clear water appears, heaven and earth will turn upside down. Then use blood, balance yin and yang. Wonderful, wonderful! Saying so, Fan Yuan bit the tip of his tongue and spat out a mouthful of blood, spraying it on the strange water and fire. Yah! When the strange water and fire came into contact with the blood, they suddenly turned into a blue child's phantom image, crying out in joy as they pounced towards Fan Yuan. Fan Yuan did not dodge, he allowed it to hit him. The blue phantom child directly entered young thieving heaven's aperture and turned into a rank 2 goo worm. How can this be? Young thieving heaven came back to his senses and was stunned on the spot. Damn, again! Fan Yuan was speechless. Once young thieving heaven was safe, he was thrown aside and became a spectator again. You actually refined a brand new goo worm by accident? Sha Xiao also cried out in surprise. No, that's not right. Shortly after, he realized. Rascal, you seem to have a natural instinct. Once you encounter a life-threatening danger, your natural instinct will take over and you will follow your instincts to make the most correct response. It was like this in the arena battle, now it is also like this in the goo refinement. You are naive, stubborn, and foolish, but your natural instinct is very pragmatic and crafty. You even have talent that is beyond your reach. I admire you greatly. Sha Xiao laughed as he said this. I refined a new goo? Young thieving heaven had not reacted yet, he said in a daze. That's right, activate it. This new goo is a rank 2 goo. It seems to be a new and unprecedented goo. Even with my experience, I cannot see its effect. Sha Xiao said. Activating an unfamiliar goo worm was a very dangerous thing. For example, spring-autumn cicada was the best example. But young thieving heaven had just started cultivating and was ignorant, while Sha Xiao, who knew the risks, did not care about young thieving heaven's safety. Thus, young thieving heaven foolishly activated this goo worm. Once activated, this goo worm turned into the blue child phantom again. It exited young thieving heaven's aperture and pounced forward. There was a stone stool in front. The blue baby phantom entered the stone stool and came out again, returning to young thieving heaven's aperture and turning back into a goo worm. The stone stool was undamaged. Young thieving heaven walked forward and touched it. Bam! With a soft sound, the stone stool turned into a pile of rocks. Young thieving heaven was shocked. He could not help but take a step back, looking at the pile of rock powder on the ground in shock. Amazing! Sha Xiao immediately praised. This goo worm is extremely powerful. It is one of the top-tier rank 2 goo worms in the current era. More importantly, it seems to have the ability to penetrate defenses. Look carefully, the stone stool is crumbling from the inside. Sha Zhao's eyes were experienced, he saw many mysteries at once. Young Thieving Heaven was still a little confused. Sha Zhao looked at his aperture again and praised again. Amazing! Look at your aperture, you only used 10% of your primeval essence to activate this goo worm, it is unimaginable. This is a rank 2 goo worm, it is so powerful, but it only uses 10% of rank 1 green copper primeval essence. But I only have D-grade aptitude, my primeval essence is at most 20%. I can only use this goo worm twice. Young Thieving Heaven had a worried expression. What do you know? With this goo worm, you will be invincible, the first place in the competition will be within reach. No one will be able to defend against this goo worm. Sha Zhao scoffed. With this goo, I can get first place? Young Thieving Heaven stared with wide eyes. Once this goo worm is activated, it will turn into a blue baby phantom that pounces at the enemy. You have also seen its speed, it is shockingly fast. Rank 3 goo masters might be able to barely dodge it, but rank 1 and rank 2 goo masters will be hit as long as they get close enough, they will not be able to dodge. Sha Zhao continued to analyze as he muttered. Considering all the abilities and uses of this goo worm, let's call it Sneak Attack Goo. This goo worm was created by Young Thieving Heaven, but Sha Zhao took the initiative to give this goo worm a name. Sneak Attack Goo. Young Thieving Heaven frowned and wanted to object. Chapter 15:11. Western Desert, Thieving Heaven's Dream Realm. Young Thieving Heaven stepped onto the stage again. His appearance stunned the surrounding clansmen. What does this mean? Why is this despicable kid wrapped in bandages? He seems to be heavily injured. There was no helping it. Although Young Thieving Heaven refined Sneak Attack Goo with Fan Yuan's help, the injuries he suffered during the refinement process could not be healed. Thus, although Young Thieving Heaven continued to participate in the competition, he was heavily injured. Young Thieving Heaven smiled bitterly in his heart. In fact, he did not want to continue participating in the competition, but Sha Zhao forced him to continue. Young Thieving Heaven had no choice but to participate. And his opponent this time was the grandson of an elder in the clan. Seeing Young Thieving Heaven's heavily injured appearance, he took a few steps back and looked at Young Thieving Heaven with extreme caution. What kind of crafty plot are you playing this time? The elder's grandson shouted coldly. You think I will fall for your trick and be deceived by you pretending to be heavily injured? You are underestimating me too much. That's right. You need to be careful when dealing with him, don't be deceived by him. Isn't this method of feigning weakness a little too childish? But considering his age, it is understandable. This kid is ignorant and incompetent, he does not have much strength, he relied on unorthodox methods to reach top 8. Discussions broke out among the surrounding crowd. Young Thieving Heaven could not help but roll his eyes, he was truly speechless. The goo master in charge was also speechless. He had an investigative goo worm, he had already found out that Young Thieving Heaven's injuries were very serious, and they were genuine. But because Fan Yuan's previous performance was too devious, the impression he left on others was too deep, even though Young Thieving Heaven was injured, they were still suspicious and did not dare to believe it. Young Thieving Heaven's opponent even took a few steps back, he was extremely cautious. Since that is the case, Young Thieving Heaven smiled bitterly. His lips suddenly curled up as his gaze and expression changed slightly. It turned out that Fan Yuan had taken control of Young Thieving Heaven's body again during the battle. Come, let me test Sneak Attack Goo in battle. Fan Yuan willed and activated this rank 2 goo worm. A blue baby figure flew out of Young Thieving Heaven's aperture. What? The old man's grandson cried out in shock. Before he could even react, the blue baby's shadow had already pounced onto his body. Fortunately, I was careful and activated my defensive goo at the first moment, not giving the opponent any chance. The speed of the blue infant was extremely fast. The old grandson could only spit out 2 words, but his mind was churning with thoughts. However, this was the last thought he had before he fainted. Pooh! In the next moment, the grandson suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood. His eyes were wide open and filled with disbelief. Then, he immediately fell to the ground and fainted, unable to get up again. Fan Yuan won! There was silence in the arena. Almost everyone stared with wide eyes as the blue baby figure came out of the old grandson's body and jumped into young thieving Heaven's aperture again. Despicable! He used a sneaky move again. What did he use? The speed was too fast. I actually did not see it clearly. It seems to be a rank 2 goo worm. What the hell is that? I only saw a blue baby figure. My intuition tells me that this blue baby figure is not simple. This time, not only the mortals watching the battle, even those rank 2 goo masters were moved. The debut of Sneak Attack Goo stunned the audience. Next, in the following battles, young thieving Heaven repeated the used Sneak Attack Goo. His battles were very straightforward. There were only a few steps. Get on the stage, activate Sneak Attack Goo, defeat the opponent, win. Young thieving Heaven's advantage was too huge. He immediately suppressed all the competitors. The audience was stunned. Without any surprise, young thieving Heaven smoothly obtained first place in the competition. Such a result made everyone's jaws drop. He actually hit a trump card. This kid pretended to be a pig to eat a tiger. He is too sinister and cunning. Yes, he clearly has such strength, but he still did it. But this also shows his true nature. Even though young thieving Heaven obtained first place, his tribesmen were still dissatisfied. Being constantly harmed by Fan Yuan, young thieving Heaven was too unpopular. Ordinary people pointed at young thieving Heaven and whispered to each other, while the tribe's higher-ups focused their attention on Sneak Attack Goo. This goo worm is so powerful. What is its origin? That kid is a poor commoner. How could he have such a top-quality goo worm? I've looked into it. He's been living in the tribe since he was born. Only this year, he was exiled. It is very likely that he obtained this goo worm during the process of being exiled. You are saying this kid is very likely to have inherited some senior's inheritance? Yes, your analysis is very reasonable. This is very possible. This brat is fine. The crucial thing is that this rank 2 goo worm is really powerful. You have already seen its offensive power. It is very amazing. It can still be activated by a rank 1 goo master. It means that the primeval essence consumption is extremely small. This is a top quality goo worm. As long as our tribe is equipped with this goo on a large scale, our strength will definitely rise sharply. At that time, we will go on expeditions everywhere and will definitely be able to seize an even larger oasis. The tribe leader said excitedly. His eyes flickered with the flame of ambition. Sneak Attack Goo was a rank 2 goo. After it displayed its power, it immediately attracted the covetous eyes of the tribe's higher-ups. This was already within Fan Yuan's expectations. Young thieving Heaven was under his control. He could naturally avoid using Sneak Attack Goo in battle, but Fan Yuan took the initiative to use it openly. He naturally had his own plans. I want to test what will happen to this dream realm because of my choice. Although Sneak Attack Goo was exposed and attracted the covetous eyes of the tribe's higher-ups will definitely want to mass-produce this goo and equip the tribe's goo masters. Sneak Attack Goo was rank 2, this rank was just right. If it was too low, rank 1 goo's power would be weak and there was little meaning in mass-producing it. If it was too high, rank 3 goo's value would be too high and hard to mass-produce. At the same time, there were few rank 3 goo masters in the tribe. Only rank 2 goo was in the middle, suitable for mass production and equipment. It was impossible for the tribe's higher-ups not to be moved. But even so, they want the goo recipe and the extra goo worms. After all, there is only one Sneak Attack Goo, and as long as they get the goo recipe, they can mass-produce countless of them. If the tribe's higher-ups want to obtain the goo recipe, they will most likely recruit young thieving Heaven and show goodwill, not force him. This logic was very simple. If they suppressed him, young thieving Heaven would likely retaliate and resist stubbornly. If he refused to hand it over no matter what, the tribe's efforts would be in vain. If he had resentment and handed over an incomplete goo recipe or tampered with it, the tribe would suffer huge losses. So the best situation was for young thieving Heaven to voluntarily hand over the goo recipe. Sure enough, as the dream realm continued to deduce, as Fan Yuan expected, the tribe's higher-ups all extended olive branches to young thieving Heaven. They either invited him to their homes as guests or personally gifted him goods, taking the initiative to approach him. Furthermore, some even wanted to marry off their daughters and take young thieving Heaven as their son-in-law. At once, young thieving Heaven was popular everywhere. He was extremely popular. Good grandson, you have struck it rich! However, you can't keep this sneak attack goo recipe, but you can exchange it for a huge amount of benefits. If you manipulate it well, you can even squeeze into the tribe's higher-ups. Hee hee hee! Sha Zhao's voice resounded again. Young thieving Heaven, however, was unwilling to hand over the goo recipe even if he was beaten to death. If I hand over the goo recipe, I'm afraid even more babies will suffer. Although young thieving Heaven was upright and had a bottom line, he was after all an otherworldly demon. With his previous life's experiences, he knew that behind the strength of an organization, there were often thick darkness and filth. Then you can hold on for now. Every few days you will go to the pond at the center of the oasis and choose the prize for winning the competition. Don't forget what grandfather instructed you, grandson. Sha Xiao stopped laughing, his voice returning to its previous cold state. Don't worry, I won't forget. Young thieving Heaven guaranteed. 3 days later, he and the other 7 people were indeed led by the tribe elders through the blockade and arrived at the edge of the oasis pond. This was an important resource area of the tribe. At the same time, there was a natural spirit spring in the pond that produced yuan stone. It was the foundation of the tribe's survival. Young thieving Heaven's tribe not only planted many goo materials around the pond, they even opened up underground caves around it, storing a large number of goo worms. Because young thieving Heaven was the winner, he came to the A cave and chose the top quality goo worms inside. He had just stepped in when Sha Zhao's excited voice suddenly resounded. It's here, it's here! I sense a thick immortal goo aura! What immortal goo? Young thieving Heaven asked. Fan Yuan also had the same doubts. At the same time, Fan Yuan was also somewhat shocked. He had not expected the inheritance here to actually involve goo immortal level. But right at this time, Fan Yuan's vision darkened. He once again fell into the dream realm, his soul rapidly melting. After waiting for a long time, Fan Yuan's soul unknowingly left the dream realm. Why did I come out? Fan Yuan felt a trace of surprise. This means I also passed the second stage? Thinking of this, Fan Yuan immediately sensed. Quasi-Great Grand Master! My theft path attainment has actually risen. I am only a step away from Great Grand Master level. Fan Yuan's soul returned to his body. He quickly opened his eyes shining with bright light. He was both surprised and happy. Quasi-Great Grand Master Realm. This was a new personal record for Fan Yuan. Fan Yuan's various paths all had Grand Master Realm attainment. Even in the 500 years of his previous life, he had never had a path reach such an achievement. Chapter 1512. Western Desert, Tang Clan's Immortal Formation Space. Fan Yuan was sitting cross-legged, resting with his eyes closed. He scanned his soul with his mind. His original 10 million man-soul level soul foundation had now fallen to a million man-soul level, and it was only slightly more than a million man-soul level. In the first stage of the dream realm, my soul foundation was over 9 million man-soul. Now that I have passed the second stage, I only have over a million man-soul. I am almost at 100,000 man-soul level. Fan Yuan silently compared the difference between the two. The second stage of the dream realm was longer than the first stage, and the soul expenditure was even higher. If it were an ordinary goo immortal with a slightly weaker soul foundation, they would not be able to endure it. Not to mention one stage, they would not even be able to pass half a stage. All of this showed that this thieving heaven dream realm that Fan Yuan was facing was extremely difficult to explore. It was hard on Tang Clan and Tang Fangming. After so many years of hard work, they were like newborn babies trying to gnaw on a huge rock that was as hard as steel. Tang Fangming was still able to create so many dream path mortal goo. This person has great talent, he is quite extraordinary. Fan Yuan thought of his previous life. 500 years ago, Tang Fangming created the dream path immortal move Steel Dream. In the past, Fan Yuan thought that Shadow Sect was behind this, but after exploring 2 stages of Thieving Heaven's dream realm, he felt that Steel Dream was more likely to be created by Tang Fangming. The first stage of Thieving Heaven's dream realm made Fan Yuan's theft path attainment rise to Grandmaster level. After passing the second stage, Fan Yuan's theft path attainment rose to quasi-great Grandmaster. I am still a step away from true great Grandmaster level. Fan Yuan meditated. He could feel the beautiful future that seemed to be right in front of him. I will explore one more stage of Thieving Heaven's dream realm. If I succeed, I will definitely reach theft path great Grandmaster level. Fan Yuan thought of this. Even with his extraordinary composure, he could not help but feel a burning desire in his heart. There was a huge difference between Great Grandmaster and Grandmaster. Grandmaster level was to understand yin and yang, the universe, to know the profundities of the universe, to transcend mortals, to become an immortal among immortals, a sage among sages. At Grandmaster level, one could comprehend other paths by analogy. Using the methods of his main sect, he simulated the advantages and characteristics of other sections. For example, in He Fan's True Inheritance, there was a move called 100 Years Harmony. This was a time path killer move, but it had the effect of information path. As for the martial Grandmaster realm, one's understanding of a school of thought was already close to the Tao. One's understanding of that school of thought had already reached the limits of the world. It could be said to have exhausted all the mysteries of this sect. The deceased Blazing Heaven Demoness was a fire path great Grandmaster, and the current rank 8 Gu immortal old ancestor Shui, who was also a snow path great Grandmaster. At this level, Blazing Heaven Demoness was extremely sensitive to fire path Tao marks. Thus, she'd added a trace of fire Tao marks onto every single fire Tao material before plotting against Fan Yuan. Old ancestor Shui, who could easily dismantle all sorts of immortal killer moves, he could use them freely. Earlier, in the Battle of Reverse Flow River, he had cleverly dismantled his signature battlefield killer move and used it against strong enemies like Celestial Court, gaining the upper hand. Grandmasters of Array Tao could directly use the Tao marks that existed in nature to set up arrays. Often, they only needed to expend some mortal goo to set up an immortal goo formation at a specific location. As for above Great Grandmaster, there was another level, Supreme Grandmaster. Great Grandmaster was someone who had exhausted all the profundities of the path of heaven and earth. If Fan Yuan became a theft path Great Grandmaster, he would have a clear understanding of the theft path profundities of the entire world. There was almost nothing that he did not understand about theft path. Thus, Great Grandmaster was someone who had completely comprehended a certain path of heaven and earth. Supreme Grandmaster, on the other hand, had to innovate and take a step forward, obtaining the profundities of the path that even heaven and earth did not have, directly surpassing the entire world. Grandmaster attainment level normally required hundreds of years of accumulation. In his previous life, Fan Yuan had accumulated Blood Path Grandmaster attainment level in 500 years. Great Grandmaster attainment level required thousands or even thousands of years of accumulation. Some rank 8 Gu immortals had such attainment level. As for Supreme Grandmaster, it was not a simple matter of accumulation, but talent and aptitude. Without such shocking talent and aptitude, even if one lived for 10,000 years, they could not become a Supreme Grandmaster. Thus, since ancient times, Supreme Grandmaster Gu immortals were extremely rare. Everyone recognized the 10 Venerables as Supreme Grandmasters. Besides them, there were also some legendary figures, like the 3 Refinement Path Supreme Grandmasters, Old Ancestor Mao, Old Eccentric Tian Nan, and Old Immortal Kong Ju. Grandmaster and Great Grandmaster attainment levels, I can rely on dream realms to rise continuously. But for Supreme Grandmaster attainment level, it is impossible to rely on dream realms. Fan Yuan understood in his heart. This was very obvious. Supreme Grandmaster attainment level was about creating something from nothing, and these dream realms were the legacy of their predecessors. Thus, by relying on dream realms to raise attainment level, the highest one could reach was Great Grandmaster level. Once I reach Theft Path Great Grandmaster attainment level, even if there are many dream realms in Thieving Heaven, I will not be able to raise my Theft Path attainment level in them. This was also the foundation of Fan Yuan and Tang Clan's cooperation. This Thieving Heaven dream realm was too big, Fan Yuan's appetite was limited, even if he was full, Tang Clan would still have a lot left. Thus, after Fan Yuan expressed this reason, Tang Clan was willing to cooperate with Fan Yuan. If there were few dream realms in Thieving Heaven, and Fan Yuan took them all, why would Tang Clan cooperate with Fan Yuan? In the following days, Fan Yuan made preparations for his third exploration of Thieving Heaven's dream realm. The main point was to cultivate his soul. But in his free time, Fan Yuan would give pointers to Tang Fangming, teaching him the secrets of Dream Path. Tang Fangming benefited greatly. Even though Fan Yuan had only imparted him some shallow Dream Path knowledge, to Tang Fangming, what he lacked was a beacon of light that could guide him. Everything was difficult at the beginning, the creation of any path was the most difficult at the beginning. Once the beginning was over, following the prescribed order, there would be rapid development. For Fan Yuan, the reason why he gave pointers to Tang Fangming, other than fulfilling the alliance agreement and making it easier for him to explore the dream realms, was to plan for the future, to imitate Spectral Soul's strategy, to support the four regions, to surround Central Continent and resist the Celestial Court. Time passed quickly, over 20 days passed in the blink of an eye. Fan Yuan's soul foundation rose to 10 million man soul level again. The third stage of Thieving Heaven's dream realm will be even more difficult. 10 million man soul is not safe. Fan Yuan thought about it and decided to continue cultivating, to reach 100 million man soul. If his soul foundation was insufficient, once his soul was exhausted in the dream realm, it would be the same as death. Even if he had a body, without a soul, he would be like a vegetable. Maybe I can deduce a dream path killer move to reduce the consumption of the soul in the dream realm. This idea flashed in Fan Yuan's mind, but Fan Yuan rejected it. Fan Yuan's dream path attainment level was ordinary, not even at quasi-master level. Dream path immortal move? Forget about it. Then there was only one path in front of Fan Yuan, that was to increase his soul path foundation and advance to 100 million man soul. However, his plans soon met with an obstacle. Guts Gu were in short supply. Fan Yuan placed Dang Hun Mountain in Langya Blessed Land. Land Spirit of Langya personally led this secluded domain of heaven and earth to produce Guts Gu. However, Guts Gu did not appear out of thin air, it needed to consume souls. The higher the quality and quantity of souls, the more Guts Gu Dang Hun Mountain could produce. The problem lay in the soul. Fan Yuan needed a lot of Guts Gu, but Land Spirit of Langya did not have enough souls to produce them. Earlier, Guts Gu could be produced on a large scale because Fan Yuan ordered Shadow Sex people to explore Taichio. They killed some desolate beasts and ancient desolate beasts. Right now, Shadow Sex people were by Fan Yuan's side. The soul storage that was left in Langya sect had been used up in these days. Fan Yuan thought about it. Rather than going back and killing the desolate beasts in Taichio to take their souls, he might as well get the materials nearby. Western Desert was like Northern Plains, it was vast. There was a unique place in Western Desert that was suitable for Fan Yuan. Yuchan is dead, the dragonfish business has already dominated the entire Jewel Yellow Skies market. In the next few years, no one should be able to match me. Fan Yuan planned to use these profits to manage his immortal aperture, and not to buy souls. Using them to buy souls was a loss. Fan Yuan thought of a wise saying, "Do it yourself and you will get what you need." Thus, Fan Yuan informed Tang Fangming of the situation. He brought the Shadow Sect members and left the Immortal Formation, rushing towards that special desert. Chapter 15-13. Fan Yuan rode on the auspicious cloud, flying in the sky. His speed was not fast, but his surroundings were filled with dense immortal Gu aura. The auspicious cloud beneath his feet was not ordinary. It originated from a certain luck path true inheritance in Heifan Grotto Heaven. After Fan Yuan's deductions and modifications, its effect had greatly increased. The auspicious cloud's direction did not move according to Fan Yuan's will, it followed the profundities of luck path. Even Fan Yuan did not know when this auspicious cloud would change direction or where it would go. But Fan Yuan was clear about one thing: this random auspicious cloud killer move relied on luck path. After leaving Tang Clan, Fan Yuan spent several days to arrive here. This was Green Ghost Desert, a famous dangerous place in Western Desert. For over 100,000 years, many Western Desert Gu immortals had died here. The sky above Green Ghost Desert was shrouded in a thick layer of dark clouds all year round. Sunlight could not be seen, it was dark and gloomy. On the surface of the desert, there was a large amount of vegetation. Most of them were ghost-crying trees. These trees were not tall, their branches were twisted and looked like demons dancing around, baring their fangs and claws. Every time a cold and gloomy wind blew over, these ghost-weeping trees would gently shake and let out mournful shrieks or eerie and terrifying howls. Howl, howl, howl! The ghost-wailing tree wailed as a soul beast quietly scuttled out and approached Fan Yuan from behind, slowly raising its sides in both arms. This soul beast's front half was like a cockroach. It had long and sharp arms, while its back half had a long tail like a python. Fan Yuan did not seem to notice it. The soul beast raised its side arms to the limit, before charging towards Fan Yuan's back, its arms slashing down at lightning speed. In an instant victory was decided. The soul beast's body froze in the air, before falling to the ground. But Fan Yuan acted in time. He waved his sleeves as a formless force enveloped this desolate level soul beast's corpse, sending it to him. The soul beast's corpse turned into black dust, dissipating with the wind. Fan Yuan did not stop it. After a while, there was only a glass-like soul core left in his hand. The soul core was heavy. It was dark blue and almost black. Fan Yuan held it in his hand like he was holding a wine jar. This was a rank 6 immortal material. The essence of a soul beast. Like how when a mud monster dies, its mud core would fall down, becoming its only remnant. Soul beasts had soul cores too. Soul beasts, mud monsters, blood beasts, shadow monsters, phantom beasts, these were all Dao beasts. They contained pure and rich Dao marks of a certain path. Fan Yuan inspected it. He did not find anything amiss. He threw this soul core into the sovereign immortal aperture. Inside the immortal aperture, there was already a small basin of soul cores. Most were rank 6 soul cores, some were rank 7, but there were no rank 8 soul cores that came from immemorial soul beasts. With Fan Yuan's battle strength, it was easy for him to exterminate these desolate level soul beasts and ancient soul beasts. He came to Green Ghost Desert. Along the way, many desolate beasts and ancient desolate beasts came to find trouble with him. Fan Yuan barged into their territory. They naturally retaliated. Among them, most were soul beasts. Fan Yuan had ghostly concealment, but the auspicious cloud could not be concealed. The soul beast's target was the auspicious cloud. They ignored Fan Yuan. They were all killed by Fan Yuan. The birth of soul beasts was actually related to 2 demon venerables. One was Red Lotus Demon Venerable. He destroyed Fate Gu, creating a hole in the great Tao of heaven and earth. Many things escaped from the restrictions of fate. After death, the soul would not only return to the door of life and death, many souls would also stay in the world. The second was Spectral Soul Demon Venerable. He created Soul Path. He could manifest souls and create soul beasts. Of course, a portion of the current soul beasts were naturally produced in places with dense soul path Tao marks. The era was constantly changing. From the immemorial antiquity era, remote antiquity era, until now, the world of the 5 regions had changed a lot. Thus, these soul cores could replace souls. They could be digested by Dang Hun Mountain and produced large numbers of guts Gu. But the quality of these soul cores could not compare to a Gu immortal soul. At most, they were comparable to other fierce beasts and plants. How long has it been since I entered Green Ghost Desert? I have already obtained so many soul cores. I really hope I can control this place. Fan Yuan thought to himself. If he could control this place, he would have an endless supply of guts Gu. It could push his soul foundation to the highest peak and even bring good fortune to others. Whoosh! Just as Fang Yuan was thinking, a piercing sound of air being torn could be heard from behind him. A giant scorpion flew towards Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan turned around and his pupils shrunk. This scorpion was completely black, it had a peculiar shape, its body was like a giant disc, its long tail was outside the disc, there were also two pincers that flickered with eerie light. It attacked Fang Yuan with a terrifying aura. "This is the immemorial desolate beast circular scorpion. This scorpion is a wisdom path fierce beast, its favorite food is soul beasts." Instantly, a series of information flashed in Fang Yuan's mind. Fang Yuan's ghostly concealment could prevent any soul beast from detecting him, but it could not help other fierce beasts. Abandoning Xiang Yun, Fang Yuan turned around and escaped. Fang Yuan had rank 8 battle strength, it was not like he could not deal with this immemorial desolate beast. However, his goal was not to fight to the death with this circular scorpion, but to collect as many soul cores as possible. Fang Yuan retreated while the circular scorpion chased after him. But after chasing for a while, Fang Yuan used his abundant methods to successfully shake off the circular scorpion. Green Ghost Desert was full of danger, Fang Yuan was not safe here. In the next few days, Fang Yuan hunted soul beasts while cultivating soul path and accumulating his soul foundation. If he encountered an existence like the circular scorpion, Fang Yuan would focus on dodging as much as possible. Not only Fang Yuan hunted, but also the Shadow Sect members. The soul cores obtained by the immortals were given to the land spirit of Langyat to produce a large number of guts goo. After half a month, Fang Yuan's soul foundation rose to 10 million man soul level again. "My soul foundation is enough, it is time to change tactics." Fang Yuan instructed the Shadow Sect immortals to stop killing soul beasts and focus on capturing, subduing, and enslaving them. Fang Yuan had spectral soul's true inheritance, he had many effective methods to enslave soul beasts. The only thing restricting him was the lack of soul path and enslavement path immortal goo. With the immortals' hard work, they soon controlled a large group of soul beasts. There were about 60 desolate level soul beasts, and about 20 ancient soul beasts. Soul beasts of all shapes and sizes formed armies that rampaged through the Green Ghost Desert. When they encountered lone soul beasts or small groups of soul beasts, Fang Yuan would command these soul beasts to charge and beat them up. Sometimes, they could not control them and were killed to take their soul cores. Sometimes, the soul beasts were dying and were enslaved by Fang Yuan and the rest. You're tuning into the Phoenix Knights YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.